right, good morning, everyone. Please take a seat. Welcome back. I'm Tam Doduck. To my right is Board Chair and Co-Hearing Officer Felicia Marcus. We will be joined shortly, and we'll be sitting to the chair's right is Board Member Didi Diadamo. To my left are Andrew Derringer, Connie Mitterhofer, and Hua Song Jin. We're also assisted today by Mr. Hunt and Ms. Races. You all know where you are, so I won't repeat that. You all know why you're here. I won't repeat that either. 3 important announcements. Since I do see a few familiar, well, at least one new face, please take a look around and identify the exit closest to you. In the event of an emergency, an alarm will sound. We will evacuate, taking the stairs, not the elevators, down to the first floor, and meet up in the park across the street. If you're not able to use the stairs, please flag down one of the security safety people, and they will direct you to a protective area. Secondly, this is being recorded and webcasted, so please speak into the microphone when I authorize you to do so. And please begin by stating your name and affiliation for our wonderful, marvelous court reporter who is back with us today. Third, and most importantly, since you have been away from me for a while, please take a moment and make sure all your noise-making devices are on silent, vibrate, do not disturb. All right, there's been a flux of emails, so I assume that we will have to begin today with some housekeeping matter. Mr. Mizell and Mr. Emmerich, on behalf of Ms. Womack is here as well. The flux of email that I read at 5:30 this morning, what a great way to begin the day, was from the two of you regarding the proposed change in order with respect to DWR's witnesses. Do you have anything new to add? Because I did read all of your emails starting at 5:30 this morning. Is there anything new you wish to add? All right, in that case, our ruling stands. DWR's 2 witnesses, thank you very much for coming today, but we will get to you at a later time. So let's take a moment now and discuss what that later time might be. And that would be based on cross-examination anticipated for the SWR rebuttal testimony. We will begin today with the County of San Joaquin and C-SPA presentation, Mr. Kier. What is the estimated cross-examination for Mr. Kier?
The department and the state water contractors probably have a 10-minute potentially, but we also have, it's going to depend on some rulings and some clarification as to the scope of SWR rebuttal. So I would caveat that with that.
So in other words, the 10 minutes might be longer.
Correct.
Any estimate on what that longer time frame might be?
It depends on the ruling, on the scope.
And that is not a bribe to the hearing officer, right?
What's that? No, it is not. I would never do that.
Any other cross for Mr. Weir? I'm sorry, Kier, sorry. This is what happens when you start reading legal arguments at 5:30 in the morning.
Good morning. OSHA Reserve for land, and I have 15 minutes of cross.
Okay, then we will move on to land. Mr. Russell Van Lobensel's estimate of cross?
Again, on behalf of a joint cross-examination on DWR and the state water contractors, we are anticipating no cross, again, depending on ruling.
Mr. Keeling.
Tom Keeling on behalf of San Joaquin County Protestants. I anticipate no more than 10 minutes, quite possibly less.
Ms. Womack.
Yes, CCLP, probably about 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right. Next up will be Dr. Denton. Estimated cross for Dr. Denton.
This would, again, be a joint cross-examination by DWR and the state water contractors. We estimate approximately 30 minutes.
Anyone else for Dr. Denton?
OSHA Reserve for land, 15 minutes.
Michael Jackson for CSPA, Seawind, and Aqua Alliance. No more than 20, likely shorter.
Good morning, Dean Reese for South Delta Water Agency. Parties all reserved 10 to 15, but it could be less depending on the earlier cross.
All right. Next would be Ms. Desjardins. Since we did not notify her yesterday that we expected her to be here today, I don't know if she will, but in the event that her witnesses are here today, what is the anticipated cross for Dr. John, I believe it was, and Dr. Williams? We'll get to them either today or tomorrow. So I just want an estimate of all the cross up front.
Okay, approximately an hour for both witnesses.
And just to clarify, yes, Ms. Desjardins is intending to get her witnesses here by noon today. I don't know if that's necessary. I guess if it's not, someone could let her know because I know they're traveling.
At the
to
rate
be
that we're
here.
going, I would love to get to her if they are here.
Yeah, okay, so they should keep coming, sounds
Yes.
like. And then I would like to reserve 15 minutes for land. Thank you.
San Joaquin County protestants reserve 10 minutes. Thank you.
CSPA et al. Reserves 20 minutes and may not use it all.
SCWA parties, 10 minutes.
All right, estimate for, let me actually, Clifton Court, in terms of cross. Any cross?
$10 minutes, please.
10 minutes for land, please.
Save our Sand Hill Cranes. Estimate of cross for the wonderful photographer, Mr. Worth.
We don't anticipate any cross-examination at this time.
Anyone else? All right. Mr. Burke, cross-examination of Mr. Burke.
We estimate about 1 hour.
Anyone else or Mr. Burke?
10 minutes for land.
10 minutes for CSPA et al.
And finally, Dr. Paulson, estimate of cross for Dr. Paulson.
At this time, we don't estimate any cross-examination.
I will update you if it changes, about 10 minutes for land.
Okay. All right. Based on that, what I am thinking is unless something goes awry, we will get through with Mr. Keir and then Land's witnesses and Dr. Denton, and we'll get also to Ms. Desjardins, which then what I will suggest then is on Thursday, we take up save our Sand Hill Cranes, Clifton Court. And at this time, let me ask, I would like to have DWR present their witnesses either on Thursday or on Friday. Any thoughts on that?
After checking with the witnesses, they can be here on Thursday.
Ms. Meserve? If we can get it done on Thursday, then you may all have Friday off, and we will return next week with Mr. Burke and Dr. Paulson.
Well, I do love the idea of having a day off. However, I would say that due to the late filing or the scheduled late filing of the DWR testimony that we're discussing, I think that I had requested in my email of yesterday that it be delayed at least until Monday, so there was a week to review it. So I think that that does short the protestants, including Ms. Womack, of time to analyze what's in there. And I think this falls within a larger concern that I have since I'm up here right now. I'll just state it quickly, is that the hearing is really straying away from what I think would be due process for all the participants due to the crunched timing of all these witnesses. We were constrained in our rebuttal from the full range of rebuttal that we should have been allowed given the potential impacts of this huge water diversion in the Delta. And then we were given only 11 days ultimately, which was a slight extension from the original, which we appreciate, but still was not enough time to work with experts to respond. And then now we've been given only a couple of days to review each other's testimony. And so it really does not allow normal people or even professionals the adequate time to participate meaningfully in the process. And so I'm very concerned about that as a whole with respect to the hearing, but specifically I'm speaking to the rebuttal phase. Thank you.
Since you stated on the record, let me respond on the record. Let it be very clear that one, rebuttal and the topic and the issues and the scope of rebuttal is at the discretion of the hearing officer based on the request that was made to us and also based on the scope of rebuttal itself. And additionally, in the normal case of a water rights hearing, we would be going straight from direct to rebuttal to rebuttal without an 11-day gap or the submission of testimony in advance for people to review. So we actually have made quite a bit of accommodation during this hearing for those people who are not familiar with our water rights processes and do not have experience participating in our water right processes. In my opinion, we have gone way above and beyond in providing due process to everybody involved. And on that note, thank you for your comment, Ms. Meserve, but that is not going to change our current ruling. Ms. Womack, do you have anything new to add?
Just that I would appreciate more time because my entire what I'm testifying about changed completely on the rebuttal phase. And on Monday, I was given a huge amount of information to process that I have not processed before because I was not.
Womack, we understand all of that. That, again, is nothing new, and we have recognized that. We have allowed for additional time. I will ask again, is there anything new you wish to add?
I guess when will I get this additional time?
You have been given additional time. We have another request by Ms. Meserve that we will take into account. We will let you know later on today.
Okay. So tomorrow we will have to cross-examine on what was provided.
I have not said that yet because Mr. Mizell needs to check with his witnesses regarding their availability. But we have done our best to try to accommodate you, Ms. Womack, in many ways. So please sit down.
Thank you.
Mr. Mizell.
Yes, just to clarify, I had checked with the witnesses. They're both sitting right here, and they indicated they can be here Thursday.
And what about Friday?
They can also be here Friday.
All right, we will take that into account. Are there any other housekeeping matters? Mr. Jackson, I miss your Friday shirt.
I lost the ability to pack in our break. But I do have a question about the fact that we're no longer relying on, or there is no longer a need to rely on an administrative draft environmental document since the environmental document is out. And I was wondering whether or not we were going to continue to rely on the administrative draft or whether we're going to use a new draft and how that would get into the record.
Mr. Jackson, we addressed that in a ruling.
Oh, you did?
Yes. And the ruling, and you might jump in and help me out here, but that because the administrator's draft is what is in the record, what was the focus of rebuttal, SWR rebuttal will necessarily have to be responsive to the administrative draft. I believe the ruling also, as I recall it, directed DWR to submit the final when it is done, and at that time, we will hear from parties as to what steps, if necessary, we need to take in order to accept that final document, which would include this draft, into our record for proper consideration. Did I miss anything?
Right.
All right. Ms. Tabor.
Good morning, Kelly Tabor on behalf of the City of Stockton. This is not a housekeeping matter, it is an objection, so I don't know if you want to hear that.
Is it an objection on a exhibit or a case in?
It is an objection to an exhibit, but the exhibit is not offered with any witness testimony, so there is
Could you wait until that party comes up before making your exhibit? Is it going to negate the party's entire testimony?
No, in fact, it's unrelated to any testimony that was submitted, which is why I'm
Let's go ahead and
making the
hear it
objection.
now.
Thank you. I am objecting to the Department of Water Resources submittal on Friday, the 21st, of data that we produced in response to their request on cross-examination of Dr. Susan Paulson. That information was submitted on Friday and marked with an exhibit number, DWR 1415, but the data is not responsive to any of the topics identified in the scope of SWR rebuttal. So it's outside the scope of SWR rebuttal as identified in your September 10th ruling. And in any event, it would be untimely even if it were within the scope of SWR rebuttal.
Well, let's hear from petitioner, but my understanding was that that exhibit was not submitted for the purposes of SWR rebuttal. But correct me, please, Mr. Mizell or Ms. Morris.
That's right. We submitted the exhibit based upon your ruling that Ms. Tabor and her client produced the information based upon the rebuttal testimony.
And cross-examination.
Cross-examination, exactly. And so this is very parallel to the exact same circumstance we went through with Mr. Becerra and the information that was produced by DWR with the cover letter, et cetera. So we went through this exercise once before, that when information is ordered to be produced by the hearing officers, it is informative to the record and should be submitted with the cover letter so that it indicates what it is and is not.
Thank you, Mr. Mizell. That was my understanding of that submission, Ms. Tabor.
Well, there's the DWR has not requested SWR rebuttal or asked to bring Dr. Paulson in for cross-examination upon this evidence. So we would be willing to stipulate to what this evidence represents. Certainly it shows that had Stockton used the DWR's chloride conversion factors, its chloride numbers would have been lower. It was a very conservative analysis, but it's entirely improper to just allow them to submit it without any sponsoring testimony whatsoever or the opportunity for any of the parties in the proceeding to cross-examine Dr. Paulson on this testimony. It's very different than the information that was requested by Mr. Becerra. That was there was an opportunity for cross-examination. There were witnesses available to testify to that. But again, the department could have requested SWR rebuttal to address those issues that came up on cross-examination, and it chose not to.
All right, we'll take that under consideration, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you.
Ms. Desjardins.
Yes, I've been reading the continuing education of the bar material, and it indicates that a party should bring to the attention, if there's an error in a statement in a hearing ruling, the party should bring it to the attention of a judge, or in this case, the hearing officers, as soon as possible. There was the hearing ruling on the scope of SWR rebuttal did contain a misstatement of fact. It said that there was no testimony on the public draft EIR, and in fact there was testimony on the float analysis that was in the public draft EIR, but was not in the admin draft EIR. So I wanted to request that that be corrected, and that I had requested SWR rebuttal on that, but it was excluded because of this error. And I'm hoping that this can be addressed perhaps when the final EIR EIS is submitted. Thank you.
All right. We'll note is there a response? Okay, we'll note that as well, Ms. Desjardins. Ms. Morris.
I hope this is efficient. I wanted to ask for clarification regarding the scope of SWR rebuttal as it relates to the SWR rebuttal topic outlined as number 1 in the September 10th ruling, and that is with information related to the supplemental EIR EIS, and in particular on the footnote item 1. So my understanding when I read this ruling in conjunction with the June 18th, 2018 ruling, which said that parties may submit evidence that is responsive to DWR's EIR supplement, even if that evidence touches on matters not directly raised during the case in chief of Part 2. So rebuttal testimony was allowed. And in fact, in that same ruling, the board recognizes that Part 2 of the rebuttal hearing was deferred, and this again is on June 18th, which is just a few days after the draft supplemental EIR came out. So when I read that ruling and then I read the September 10th ruling, it says that we've limited SWR rebuttal that is responsive to significant new information that was first presented during the rebuttal phase of Part 2. But then the footnote seems to conflict. So the way I read this is people already had the opportunity to put on rebuttal evidence as to the draft EIR, even though that wasn't raised directly in Part 2. But the footnote says that new information is either information contained in SWRCB 113 or Part 2 rebuttal testimony concerning the contents. And so to me, there's a conflict here because there's already been an opportunity to present rebuttal information on the draft EIR EIS, and so the SWR rebuttal should be properly limited to the scope outlined in the September ruling, which that it's responsive to information that was put on in rebuttal or the cross during rebuttal. So that will impact how we make motions and what we move to strike or not strike.
I think I need more coffee to answer that. Okay.
If you have questions, I'm happy to answer, but that it's really a clarification item.
Hold on, Ms. Desjardins, not yet. Do we need to? All right. Ms. Morris, we will also take that into account. We will, after we hear from Ms. Desjardins, take a short break to consider that before we give you a response. I recognize that's important for you in order to proceed with the cross-examination. Ms. Desjardins.
Yes, I would note that there was a very compressed schedule.
It has already been
for
noted.
Looking at the information in the admin draft supplemental EIR EIS. And I appreciated the hearing ruling, which allowed rebuttal on it, and particularly looking at the supplemental draft EIR EIS in connection with the conceptual engineering report, which was not available. One couldn't go back and forth and look between those because that wasn't provided before Part 2 rebuttal. So one of my witnesses is testifying largely about the conceptual engineering report, but also about issues relating between the conceptual engineering report and the supplemental EIR. And it simply was not possible to do that kind of cross comparison before. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the warm welcome back to this hearing. Ms. Meserve.
Yes, OSHA Meserve for land. I guess I'm not quite sure what Council for State Water Contractors is asking, but if I understand it correctly, She's saying that only things that were new, and we should have figured out what those things were in the time span between June 21st and when Sir Rebuttal schedule began. So I just think back to the importance of citizens and professionals and all the participants of this hearing being able to participate. I think taking a reasonable view of what information was provided in the admin draft SEIR and the CER that were just provided over late this summer is essential, and that to put the burden on the public to try to figure out what might be different between all these different documents that DWR keeps throwing at us during the course of this hearing and claiming that we should be able to figure out those differences without ever being provided a red line or any kind of analysis is too much of a burden. So to the extent that state water contractors are asking for the scope of Sir Rebuttal to be limited even further, I would strenuously object.
My understanding, Ms. Morris, and I'm not taking any more comments, just clarification from Ms. Morris, if necessary, is you're asking whether the scope of Sir Rebuttal with respect to issue number 1 is limited to new information presented during rebuttal.
That's correct. And just to further clarify, the CER was submitted as an exhibit, so I am not making any of those comments related to the CER. That would be testimony that was submitted in rebuttal and would be able to be responded to. But my clarification is limited to the draft EIR, EIS.
All right, thank you. With that, we will take a short break to discuss. All right, we are back. I have 4 rulings to issue. So we'll start first with Ms. Morris' request, all these questions for clarification. I will point everyone to the September 10th, 2018 ruling. Rebuttal was the first opportunity for parties to hear from petitioners regarding the contents of the administrative draft and put that into the context of this petition. Therefore, as ruled in the September 10th, 2018 ruling, SWR rebuttal, the scope of SWR rebuttal, includes the administrative draft, and when we say new information submitted, we meant new information submitted since the original draft, final EIR, I guess it was submitted, and not new information since the rebuttal phase. And I probably butchered that, so I will look to Mr. Derringer to clarify.
Just to reiterate that the reference to new information meant changes to the project reflected in the administrative draft EIR, not new information since Part 2 rebuttal.
Okay. Any questions on that? Hopefully you guys understood it better than I did. New information pertains to new information since the
I think I understand, because I think it's similar to the rules regarding cross-examination on the rebuttal testimony, that it's to changes that occurred from the final EIR to the supplement. So not everything in the supplemental is fair game, but for example, let's just use a concrete example to explain. If the final EIR contained a control gate structure somewhere, and the supplemental also has that control gate structure, it doesn't change it or any operation, then that is not a change from the final EIR to the supplement. But if, for example, the footprint changed from the final to the supplement, even if that was not raised on rebuttal, that is a change that would be allowed for SWR rebuttal.
because it was a change from the final EIR.
Correct.
So just a caveat though, there may be project elements such as mitigation that was in the final, but if there are new conclusions expressed in the EIR supplement, such as there is a new impact, but that impact will be mitigated because of this pre-existing mitigation requirement, that also is fair game. So if there are new conclusions about elements of the project that were discussed in the FEIR, those new conclusions also are fair game. That's what we mean by new information.
Okay, then sorry, one more clarification question then. For example, even if it changed, if the complaint in the testimony is that a particular mitigation measure isn't appropriate or accurate or doesn't cover it, if the thrust of the testimony is that the mitigation measure is inadequate, that would not be new. However, the ability to talk about the changes from a change in the environment from the final to the supplemental would be fair game.
I'm worried we're trying to parse this way too finely for what's fair. And maybe, because it's all not direct. So stop me if I go too far afield, because I don't want to be intuiting what's being said, what's wrong, which is, so there's what's new, but there's also what's new to who. So if you're saying you're talking about the control gate, and if the argument is that somehow Ms. Womack should have raised everything about the control gate at a time when she thought her whole farm was being taken, then maybe you're parsing a little too fine for fairness.
So
and then we'll have to talk about so I'm worried that I want to understand the context of what the question is, or maybe we should just be making the decision based on your specific motions to exclude or on scope, rather than having this hypothetical where everybody, I'm looking at the faces, everybody in the room is trying to figure out what you're saying, and maybe that's not what you're saying.
Well, it was a hypothetical. I wasn't saying, I wasn't referring to Ms. Womack's property or
Well,
the
but
control gate.
I don't want us to make an abstract
Right.
ruling. Let's do it on the scope.
It might be best to wait for the concrete objections.
Yeah,
All right, let's do that.
too much gaming in this. It's not a contest. It's a search for what's the right answer, making sure people's legal uses.
No,
We're not going to have an argument. I just think we're wasting time on it.
All right, let's move on. That was item 1, which I thought was taken care of, which is now not taken care of. Item number 2, with respect to Ms. Tabor's objection to the submission of DWR 1415, I believe it was, correct, Ms. Tabor? That objection is overruled. Proper foundation for that exhibit was laid during cross-examination of your witness, Dr. Paulson, and therefore we will allow that. So at least we will. Actually, I don't think they've moved it yet, right? So, but anyway, your objection is overruled. Ms. Desjardins, your request is also denied, objection overruled, whatever the appropriate phrase is, with respect to being allowed to conduct SWR rebuttal on the floating concept, which was in the draft that was released. As we noticed earlier, the opportunity to make suggestions with respect to how to address the final EIR when it is done and when it is submitted by petitioners to this process will be made at a later time. At that time, you may voice your request for further examination of that concept. You may also do so in your closing briefs. So there will be opportunity for you to weigh in on that. But for now, the scope of SWR rebuttal remain as it was outlined in our September 10th ruling. And then the final issue with respect to DWR's witnesses, what we will do is schedule you to come back on Friday, meaning this Friday, this coming Friday. What I would like to do is, and I think we can cover a lot of grounds today. So if that goes well, what we will do is cancel the hearing day for tomorrow to allow Ms. Womack additional time to prepare. And when we resume on Friday, we will hear from DWR's witnesses and we will get to cross-examination by Ms. Womack. All right, I think we're finally to you now, Mr. Kier. Nope, not yet. Ms. Meserve.
Excuse me, I just have a clarification question with respect to DWR 1415. Is my understanding that cross-exam exhibits were due at the conclusion of Part 2 rebuttals, so I don't understand why DWR would be submitting cross-exam exhibits on the 21st of September?
This was not their cross-examination exhibit. This was an exhibit provided by Dr. Paulson as a result of their cross-examination.
And yeah, the timing does not seem appropriate, and I think the parties would want the right to cross-examine Dr. Paulson about that exhibit, but we can raise that later, I guess, if we can come up with a proposal.
You don't have the right to cross-examine a witness based on someone else's cross-examination. Again, this document was produced, directed by us, I believe, as a result of cross-examination conducted of Dr. Paulson. Anything to add? All right. Mr. Berliner? I promise we will get to you, Mr. Kier.
You've waiting all your life for this.
If we are in fact at Mr. Kier, then I have a motion. If we're not, I'll hold off.
We are at Mr. Kier. Could you hold on while I administer the oath to Mr. Kier so that he's official? Mr. Kier, if you could please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Belina.
Yes, thank you very much. My motion is to exclude the testimony of Mr. Keir on the basis that it is actually just argument. There is no new evidence. It is ostensibly a rebuttal to certain DWR witnesses, but it's not actual rebuttal to those witnesses. It's argument over the, let's say, accuracy, if you will, or substantiation of their testimony, but it's the same kind of argument that you might put in a closing argument or in a closing brief. It is not actually any new evidence. In fact, the most recent thing cited in the entire testimony is the 2010 flow criteria report. All of the gentlemen that Mr. Keir is seeking to rebut primarily spoke about activities post-2010, which was really kind of the point that they were trying to make. But Mr. Keir spends no time on anything after 2010. So this is really just argument. It's not testimony. I mean, if the nature of testimony is to present evidence, there's no evidence. He's just arguing about whether they should be, whether their testimony should withstand scrutiny, and that's the kind of thing that you typically see in a closing brief. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belina. Mr. Keeling, Mr. Jackson, your response?
Well, Mr. Keir is responding to the testimony of Drs. Hansen, Hutton, and Acuna, who basically addressed the 2010 flow report, although they said they were rebutting other witnesses, but as the hearing officers know, their characterization of a lot of that testimony was just basically a straw man. They just wanted to talk about the 2010 report. We had a full motion.
So let's talk about what your witness is doing rather than revisiting all that.
Well, because they were allowed to testify basically on a free-ranging attack on that report as not reflecting the best science, we brought in an expert to talk about what that report is and about the sources underlying that report. That's why there are about 175 exhibits, all of which were referenced at pages 137 through 151 of that report as being the basis that this board relied on, which interestingly enough were not in evidence, even though the report itself was. So we ended up with a situation where, well, the report's in evidence and that becomes enough for anybody to talk about it. That's why they were allowed to talk. But none of the basis for the report was in evidence, which was cited by the board itself in the report.
And are you arguing, Mr. Keeling, then, that that is the new evidence which Mr. Keir is bringing into this record?
It's new to this proceeding. It's not new to the
Understand.
2010 proceeding.
Mr. Jackson, anything to add?
Well, in terms of fundamental fairness, which we've been talking about, the testimonies of Dr. Hansen and Dr. Hutton in particular on cross was that they hadn't reviewed the environmental document. They hadn't, they had not directed their attention in their testimony to the WaterFix in any way. But that what they were doing was pointing out that there was new information after the 2010 report. Our position is, and as outlined in the testimony, is that it's new only in time. All of those subjects were dealt with extensively in the 2010 hearing, but the evidence of that had to be submitted. So we brought forward a witness who had testified in that hearing, and actually every hearing from the time the state board was established, to indicate that it was just new studies on the same issues. And if that was the only thing in the record, it was going to be a major problem. So when we were overruled to keep that testimony out, Remember, there were motions made to keep that testimony out on precisely the same grounds.
How could I forget, Mr. Jackson?
That they're now arguing that we can't respond to it by putting in the evidence from the 2010 report and by having someone testify to the fact that these issues are not new. The uncertainty is not enough to stop. We need to make a decision. And if other boards had done it in the past, it would have been, we might not have been in such a situation.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Keeling, any additions? Mr. Berliner?
Yes, I was not going to raise this issue at this time, but because both Mr. Keeling and Mr. Jackson have raised it, now I feel compelled to raise it. It appears, to me at least, that the primary reason for Mr. Keir testifying today is to get these over 100 documents that they're trying to get into evidence. In the vernacular that lawyers use, this is a data dump. They could have gotten these documents in with appropriate witnesses a long time ago. Now they've come at the very last minute with well over 100 documents that they're trying to get in that Mr. Keir doesn't even refer to. His testimony does not rely on these documents. He doesn't cite them. He doesn't discuss them. He doesn't compare how studies done, let's say in 2008 would rebut something that some other witness has. Basically, the point he makes is, well, we knew everything we needed to know by the 2010 flow report, and anything that's happened since then just furthers the same concepts that were already accepted in the 2010 flow report. But that's as far as he goes, and we don't need testimony for that from Mr. Keir. We've had testimony from witnesses who are trying to present proper rebuttal testimony regarding the various issues that have been raised. So to come in and try to dump well over 100 documents, we have no idea why those documents are being submitted. They are thousands and thousands of pages without any reference. We have no opportunity to cross-examine the folks that prepared those documents. And these are not all necessarily, let's call them official studies, if you will. A lot of these are comment letters and a variety of other things that are coming in. This would be thrown out and should be thrown out here. I mean, I can't imagine why you would allow someone to come in with literally hundreds of documents without any reference to them.
All right. Did you wish to add something, Ms. Sheehan?
I just would like to join the objection, and particularly on the point of that the witness did not explain how any of the studies he's trying to get in support his arguments. And so there's thousands of pages, and we just have no way of knowing what in those pages he's relying on. So it's impossible to know even what we should ask him as a part of cross, because no way of knowing what he thought was important in those thousands of pages. And that's actually a part of his testimony.
All right, Ms. Missouri, if you don't mind pulling the microphone up, thank you. It pained my back to watch other people bending over it.
I'm not that tall, but yes. So yeah, I mean, I believe this testimony is directly responsive to testimony that the hearing officers allowed in over strenuous objections of a DWR late hit on the flow report, which was always relevant in this proceeding and which was always at issue. And that it's only because of, I mean, at this juncture, in fairness, we needed, or these parties have, put forward a response to that. And the documentation supporting the 2010 flow report is not unknown to any of us. It just wasn't part of this record. And they're not surprise exhibits, and they're not picked out of nowhere. Those were the exhibits that this board relied on in creating that 2010 flow report, which was identified at the beginning of this hearing process as being relevant to the hearing issues. So, and we've also been over the ground before of that test or exhibits don't even need supporting testimony. They don't need to be referenced. Here, those exhibits are, clearly the reason for their submittal with the CURE testimony, I think, has been articulated in the testimony itself and by counsel for San Joaquin and CISPA. So this is part of completing the record. It's in response to what DWR submitted, and it should be allowed.
Please note, Mr. Keeling, that was a very good response. Do you wish to add to it?
I would just like to note that.
Oh, apparently not.
This Deirdre Desjardins, California Water Research. I would just like to note that I did object to some of the testimony and exhibits of Mr. Acuna as not being responsive to rebuttal. And there were a very large number of studies, some of which only had like the most glancing reference in Mr. Acuna's testimony. And to allow such a broad-ranging submission of new studies, and again, Mr. Acuna didn't point out specific things in these new studies he was referencing. I think there should be a similar breadth given to SIR rebuttal, since that was the scope of rebuttal, and it did allow a very large amount of new information in about current conditions in the Delta.
Thank you all. For the reasons articulated by Ms. Meserve, the objection is overruled. Mr. Keir. Oh, Mr. Keeling or Mr. Jackson, would one of you like to start?
Thank you. Mr. Keir, is Exhibit SJC 363 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
Yes.
And is Exhibit SJC 364 a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
Yes.
Could you please summarize the high points of your testimony for the hearing officers?
Right. The main points of my written testimony are...
Mr. Keir, if you could pull the microphone closer to you.
Okay. Okay. Is this good? Okay. Main points of my written testimony are simply this. I participated in your board's 2010 Delta flow criteria proceedings. They were, in my view, the most comprehensive and deliberate discussion of the protection of in-stream public trust resources of the San Francisco Bay Delta estuary that I have ever witnessed in my 60 years of studying Bay Delta conservation matters. The expert panel that the board retained, Dr. Bennett, Dr. Herbold, Dr. Lund, Dr. Kimmer, Dr. Moyle, and the others are all top flight Delta ecosystem experts. I've submitted as exhibits in this proceeding many of the key exhibits from the 2010 proceedings upon which your board relied for its findings. I have testified in several San Francisco Bay Delta estuary water quality and water rights proceedings in the past. I explain in my testimony how in such proceedings the water project proponents inevitably come in at the end of the proceedings with what they say is new evidence that overrides the substantive testimonies concerning Delta freshwater through flow and protection of public trust resources like salmon, which is my particular concern, presented by the responsible fishery agencies and others. I've read the water project experts' rebuttal testimonies. They look pretty much like the late and the preceding testimonies that I've seen brought in by the water projects and their contractors for more than 30 years. They say, in effect, disregard the science that has been presented to you because we have new science that negates what you have been presented with. The Hansen testimony, pardon me, argues that the 2010 Delta flow criteria report, the Phase 2 technical basis report, which were based on substantial Bay Delta estuary science, should be accorded less weight because some post-2010 findings based on much sketchier data challenges the Delta freshwater through flow needs identified in those 2010 proceedings. Dr. Hansen made the same arguments
at the 2010 proceedings, and the board found his arguments unconvincing then, and they strike me as unconvincing now. The Hutton testimony argues that drawing conclusions about delta freshwater throughflow and ecosystem relationships in the estuary is questionable because we don't have enough pre-1960 information, and that things have changed since then. Well, he's right. Things have changed since the 60s when the State Water Project came online, but that doesn't mean that we throw up our hands and say there's no way that this board can establish flow standards for protecting the estuary's public trust resources. The board is mandated to protect the estuary's public trust resources, and the 2010 delta flow criteria provide a solid information base for doing just that. The Acuna testimony says our simplistic understanding of delta smelt is more nuanced than what was presented in the 2008 conceptual models. Well, the Department of Fish and Wildlife's 1970s Midwater Trawl Index for delta smelt averaged 1,000. 1,000. This index is now single digits, a decline of 3 orders of magnitude. There's not a lot of nuance there. It's difficult to adjust models with a sample size close to 0. I would recommend that you apply your 2010 delta flow criteria to the development of appropriate flow criteria as directed by the legislature to any order approving a change in the point of diversion of the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project. The new freshwater flow criteria should extend from the North Delta, reports say, through the Bay Delta estuary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keir. Does that conclude your direct, Mr. Keeling, Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Right. Mr. Mizell? Ms. Morris? Mr. Berliner, the name I didn't call. So does the 10-minute estimate still hold, or has your cross now expanded?
10 minutes will hold.
All right.
Morning, Mr. Keir. My name is Tom Berliner, and I'm an attorney for the Department of Water Resources. Mr. Keir, your testimony, if I understand it, is devoid of any discussion of fisheries studies post-2010, correct?
Void of any, no, it's not. It addresses Dr. Hansen's testimony, which had to do with flow studies post-2010, if I understood your question correctly.
You are challenging Dr. Hansen's testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And the point of your...
Pardon me, I am challenging his main point, which is that science conducted since 2010 somehow negates the science that was captured in the 2010 flow proceedings and report.
And I take it that's what you understand the point of Dr. Hansen's testimony is, to say that what happened prior to 2010 has all been negated?
Basically, he argues that more science is needed, and as a person who's been involved with Bay Delta science for 60 years, I couldn't argue with the need for additional science, but there is a huge body of science that was captured in the 2010 proceedings, and and I am addressing in my testimony Dr. Hansen's effort to negate the value of the 2010 flow criteria report.
Didn't Dr. Hansen's testimony say that the science is more nuanced today than it was in 2010?
Each of the water project rebuttal people made that point, that science is more nuanced.
Are you aware of anybody else that's made that point?
Well, no, I was primarily concerned with these three testimonies.
Are you familiar with Andrew John?
Jan, yes, I am.
Did you have a chance to review his testimony in this proceeding?
I have it. I kind of fanned through it, but I didn't really absorb it.
You're not capable then, as you sit here today, of observing that Mr. John also makes a point that our knowledge of science is more nuanced today than it was in 2010.
I'm sorry. Your question is?
As you sit here today, you're not sufficiently familiar with Mr. John's testimony to appreciate that he was making the comments similar to Mr. Hansen, that science is more nuanced today than it was in 2010.
I think you should put that question to Dr. Jan.
Well, I was just trying to get your understanding, sir.
I think I thought I explained myself that I have looked hurriedly. You know, I mean, these documents just arrived, and there was only so much time.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
And I would like to lodge an objection that Mr. Berliner's statement mischaracterizes Dr. Jan's testimony.
So noted.
Thank you. Mr. Keir, you relied heavily on the work of Dr. Marty Jelson, correct?
Right. I still think that's solid work.
And Dr. Jelson's work was done pre-1989, correct? The studies that he relied on?
Work was done, and the work was reported into the board's 1987 proceedings, Bay Delta water quality proceedings.
And do you recall that Dr. Jelson was relying on data from the late 1960s into about the mid-1980s? Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right. There were a lot of years of work. And I might add, Mr. Berliner, that I think it's that was clearly the most substantive assessment of the relationship between Bay Delta freshwater through flow and salmon survival.
And are you aware that Dr. Jelson's work has been the subject of some criticism?
Oh, everybody's work is the subject of some criticism.
Well, are you familiar with the criticism that is in the record related to the current water quality control plan substitute environmental phase 1 proceeding?
Objection. That's, if we get into the phase 1 proceeding, we are well beyond the scope of any rebuttal testimony. And
Mr. Berliner?
I'm not getting into the phase 1 proceeding. I'm directing myself to a study that was requested by the Water Board that was submitted into the phase 1 record and is directly critical of some work by Dr. Jelson that I'm referring to.
And is that same work cited by Mr. Keir in his testimony? The work that is being criticized?
Yes, Dr. Jelson's work is being criticized by Mr. Thomas Quinn or Dr. Thomas Quinn in the board's own document. and I intend to put that up as an exhibit.
All right, overruled for now. You may bring it up again, Mr. Jackson, should this stray far off course.
We have that document on a thumb drive.
And Mr. Kier, when you see this document, please let us know whether or not you are familiar with it and are able to answer questions about it.
Mr. Hunt, when you open the document, if you could please go to PDF page 250.
And hold on, before you do that, let's identify the document and ask Mr. Kier if he's familiar with it.
Yes, this has been marked as DWR 1425, Appendix C, Technical Report for the Scientific Basis for Alternative San Joaquin River Flow and Southern Delta Salinity Objectives. And the part that I am referring to specifically are comments submitted by Thomas Quinn that start on approximately PDF page 238, and I'm referring to page 12 of his review, which is on PDF page 250.
Mr. Kier, what is your familiarity with this document?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
How familiar are you with this?
No, I'm not familiar with the paper, and I'm trying to figure out what the issue is here.
Well, what I was going to ask you, if we could pull that page up, Mr. Hunt, is to take a look at the top of the page, which we're getting some shadow on the screen on the left, which is closest to the witness. Wondering if there might be something that's blocking. That could be. Mr. Kier, I'm going to suggest that you try to take a look at the right-hand screen, or I could hand you my iPad and you could read it right where you are. I think the left screen is a little too difficult. Maybe you can make it out.
Why don't you just read it to me?
Well, I'd rather not read that much into the text. It's not been our practice, but with the hearing officer's indulgence, I would.
Actually, no. Mr. Kier, that monitor should have.
It does.
You mind taking a look at it from that monitor?
Looks like they've restored it. They've restored it.
But it might be easier from the monitor anyway.
I have an objection different than was entered before. Now that I've looked at this, this is a paragraph that talks essentially about vernalis flows. And as I understand it, the question of the vernalis flows has been pretty much ruled out of this hearing.
That is a point. Mr. Berliner, your response.
No, this talks about salmon survival and outmigration in the April through June period through the delta of the correlation of flows at vernalis. This is not a discussion of San Joaquin River flows in that context. This has to do with salmon survival through the delta.
Ms. Sheehan. On, please.
So this is the discussion of the paper that the witness is relying heavily on in his testimony. And this paper deals with flows at Vernalis. This is talking about the analysis that is in the paper he's relying on. If it's not relevant to these proceedings, well, then that's something to be weighing later. But this is relating to the study that he is specifically citing and discussing and relying on.
Okay, Ms. Desjardins.
The scope of Chuck Hansen's testimony was limited to Sacramento River flows and Sacramento River migration of salmon from the Sacramento River through the Delta. Mr. Hansen also, to the extent that it's expanded now on Sir rebuttal to questioning to address migration of San Joaquin River salmon past the Delta pumps. All parties should be allowed to explore that. It was Hansen specifically rebutted the parts of the 2010 Delta Flow Criteria Report having to do with San Joaquin River, with Sacramento River salmon, and the 2010 Delta Flow Criteria Report recommendations for Sacramento River flows and limits on the export pumps to protect Sacramento River salmon. So this would be a considerable expansion of previous scope.
And hold on, I have a question now for Mr. Berliner. Mr. Berliner, this cites a study in 1989, but Mr. Keir's testimony refers to the earlier study.
He refers to the 1989 study.
No, he refers to the 1987 Bay Delta hearing, therefore it could not include a 1989 study.
In any event, Mr. Keir is not familiar with this paper. And the fact that it's a different study than the one that he quotes, and that it is dealing with a subject that the heading of this paper is about the San Joaquin River flows, and it's about the San Joaquin River fish, which is not the same report that he's cited.
Mr. Berliner, I would have to agree unless you can point me to where in Mr. Keir's testimony this is specific to. All I'm seeing is Sacramento River and references to a 1987 Bay Delta hearing.
We're just pulling up an exhibit. Sorry, we're having a little computer difficulty here. trying to pull up a PCFFA exhibit from earlier in the proceeding.
And would that be PCFFA 149?
Yes, it would.
Could we pull that up, please, Mr. Hunt? Because Mr. Kier did reference that in his testimony. PCFFA 149.
All right. You know what? In the interest of moving on, I don't have any further questions for Mr. Kier.
All right, thank you, Mr. Berliner. Ms. Meserve, do you still wish to cross?
One moment while I get my papers in order. I think I'm going to need the SWRCB 25 exhibit, which is the 2010 flow report. If we could get that up on the screen, please. And I just have a few questions following up on your OSHA Reserve for local agencies of the North Delta. And I just have a few questions regarding your endorsement of the flow recommendations from the 2010 report for consideration by this board in processing this petition. And I'm specifically looking at page 15 of your testimony, and I think elsewhere, but on page 15, on lines 13 and 14, you ask this board to apply the work of the 2010 flow report, including the recommendations. And so if we could look at those recommendations, which are on page 5 of SWRCB 25. And in looking at those recommendations, are you aware, Mr. Kier, try to get everybody from there right. Are you aware of what fish those flow recommendations were developed around?
In part, my testimony and the testimony of others and the work of the expert technical panel that the board retained.
Could we scroll to page 8 of the same document, which is the flow criteria report?
Ms. Meserve, did he answer your question? Were you asking about a fish species?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
sorry, that's why I should have got the exhibit up correctly. If you'll see here, Mr. Kier, there's a bulleted list of the fish that were considered in developing those criteria. And my question is, do you believe there are other fish in the Delta that ought to be also protected with flows, other than these fish that are listed in the report?
Hold on, please. Mr. Mizell.
Yeah, we object is going beyond the scope of his SIR rebuttal. In his SIR rebuttal, he indicates that you should apply the 2010 Delta Criteria Report. He does not elaborate further upon that to explain what additional species should also be protected. So I believe it's beyond the scope.
Answer, Ms. Meserve?
I believe I'm just trying to understand what his recommendations are and how far they go, and whether he himself considered other fish in making the recommendation that the flow report be considered and incorporated into the decision here.
Let's ask the question this way, Mr. Kier. In your testimony during the 2010 flow criteria hearing, to which you mentioned in your testimony, did you have the chance to consider other fishery than what is listed here?
My testimony concerned Sacramento River fall run Chinook salmon, which is the backbone of the fishery, as you know. And so I was salmon-centric in my testimony in 2010.
And so that would include the fall run salmon is not listed today as endangered or threatened, correct? But do you believe that that species should also be protected by flows in this proceeding?
I'm sorry, would you put the question again?
Ms. Sheehan?
I'm sorry. I would object to this being outside of scope. He didn't discuss whether other fish should be included or the scope of what the state board should have been considering in 2010. This isn't in his testimony.
He's recommending that the criteria be applied, and so I'm trying to understand when he says the criteria, and following up on the hearing officer's question, he identified the salmon, and so I was just following up on that.
Sustaining Ms. Sheehan's objection.
Okay, if we could, so I'm not allowed to ask about the fish on this list. Is that what you're saying? Just so I'm
No,
clear.
ask about the fish on this list.
Oh, because you said you're sustaining her objection.
Because you were asking beyond what's on the list.
Okay, so with respect to the salmon.
For a point of clarification, Chinook salmon were considered, and it says various runs, and as somebody was there, I know they talked about the commercial fish as well.
I understood that. I thought Ms. Meserve was asking Mr. Kier, and I think this is what Ms. Sheehan was objecting to, about other fisheries, other species that's not covered on this list that he thought should be protected. Now, if I misunderstood the question, then that's a different matter.
Okay, well, yeah, I was trying to follow what was the guidance. So yes, what I want to ask about is fall run Chinook salmon.
Which is on the list.
Yes, okay. So back to the fall run Chinook salmon. That's not a listed fish, Mr. Kier, but that, in your opinion, should that fish also be protected with flows?
If I understand your question correctly, that was the whole point and purpose of my testimony to the board in 2010, was that freshwater through flow from the Sacramento River to the bay was essential for the survival and the health of fall run Chinook salmon.
Ms. Sheehan.
Sorry, but I'd like to object again. He generally said that he supports the flow policy report, and that's fine, but now he's talking about what he testified to back in 2010, which is not in his testimony.
He actually said he testified.
I understand he testified, but does that mean that he now gets to talk about, for the first time, everything that he recalls that he testified about? It's not actually in his testimony that he submitted. What he testified to exactly is not in the testimony that he provided as a part of these proceedings.
Ms. Meserve, your response?
I actually didn't ask him what he testified to. I'm asking him what his opinion is today, and in his answer, he referred to his testimony, which I think it remains his opinion today.
All right. Overruled.
And so with respect to the application of the 2010 flow criteria that you recommend in your testimony, is it fair to say that's not based upon whether the fish happens to be listed or not?
Could you ask that again, please?
Keeping with the example of the Chinook salmon that we've been discussing, is it fair to say that your recommendation of the importance of flows and the reference to the flow report is not tied to whether the particular fish is a listed species or not?
That's correct.
And why is that?
The charge from the legislature to this board in 2009 was to develop flow criteria to protect public trust resources of the Bay Delta. And public trust resources is a broad array of animals and plants and other things. So whether a fish is listed under the Endangered Species Act or not, it may still well be within the term public trust resource, I believe.
And then if we could scroll up to page 4 of the flow report, please. Under the flow criteria and conclusions, are you familiar with the context in those bullet points, Mr. Keir?
Sure. Yes.
And thinking of that first bullet there, is it possible that consideration of public trust resource protection to which you've just referred could include increased flows in the Sac River, the San Joaquin River, or increased outflows beyond what was considered in the 2010 flow report?
Ms. Morris?
Objection. I think at least going beyond the 2010 flow criteria report is outside the scope.
What do you mean by beyond, Ms. Meserve?
What I'm doing is testing his, he's put forth an endorsement of some of the recommendations of the flow report. And then he's familiar with that report and helped develop it. And then I'm questioning him about the issue of which is follow-up to what he just explained with the broader array of public trust resources. So I'm just trying to understand his opinion that he's expressed in his testimony and how far that goes.
But just to be clear on the record, Ms. Meserve, Mr. Keir did not help develop the flow criteria report. Board staff did, although Mr. Keir and many others contributed by providing expertise, which then the staff utilized to develop the report.
Yes, thank you.
Ms. Morris?
I'd also like to object that asking this witness for opinions that go beyond he recommended this, but asking as to the basis of why he recommended that allows him the opportunity to put in new testimony that we have not had in writing and we have not had the opportunity to cross-examine on. So if he wanted to, or his attorneys wanted him to provide evidence as to why he was recommending this, it should have been submitted in writing, and allowing this expansive scope on rebuttal cross-examination, which is really of a friendly nature, is inappropriate and outside the scope and unfair to the petitioners because it's new evidence that we've never seen and are not able to question the witness on.
Overrule, she's allowed to explore the basis for his testimony. Ms. Meserve?
Let me go back. So I'm trying to think of what my question was. I believe the question was with reference to that first bullet point, is it possible, Mr. Keir, that protection of public trust resources, consideration of that broader context might lead to additional flow requirements beyond what was in the 2010 flow report.
I think that's conceivable.
And Ms. Morris, the reason why I think this is, to be fair, yes, board staff did prepare the flow criteria report, but the expert opinion that was provided included a broad range of flow recommendation, including those that went beyond what was in this report. So I think her question is within the scope of the 2010 flow criteria proceedings to which Mr. Keir has testified and included in his testimony. But you're on a thin edge here, Ms. Meserve.
Okay, so if we could scroll to page 5 of this same report and look at item 3, which is the outflow and inflow recommendations from the flow report. Are you familiar with those, Mr. Keir?
Generally, I'm aware.
So following up on your prior response, is it possible that outflow requirements that were protective of all public trust resources and beneficial uses might be necessary for instance, the July through December time period?
Mr. Berliner.
This question lacks foundation. There's been no showing that this witness has made study on his own or reviewed studies that would support the basis for an opinion on this question.
Ms. Meserve.
Mr. Keir summarized his testimony and didn't go over his qualifications in detail just now, but I believe that Mr. Keir has, I believe he said 6 decades of experience in fisheries in the Delta. So it would be based on that experience that I would be asking this question.
Mr. Keeling looks like he's about to say something.
I'm not sure I understand the question. I understand the question to be Mr. Keir, who has, to use somebody else's term, endorsed the recommendations of the 2010 report, is being asked if his endorsement is limited to those flow recommendations. I understood that to be the gist of the question, but I may have missed it myself.
Hold on a second. If you're asking for opinion beyond his testimony.
No, I think the question, I interpret the question to be, Mr. Keir, is your recommendation limited to the flow recommendations of the report? In other words, you've endorsed the report, now are you saying it should be limited to that? I understood that as the question.
But that his testimony is limited to that report.
That would be different from saying, and that I recommend nothing more, or I recommend that your flow be limited to the report. I understand. Maybe Ms. Meserve, maybe I'm misinterpreting Ms. Meserve's question.
But hold on, that was not the crux of Mr. Berliner's objection.
Okay. Well,
Mr. Berliner's objection, as I understand it, is Mr. Keir's expertise and familiarity on this matter in order to opine on the specific flows and the basis for those flows recommendation. Is that correct, Mr. Berliner?
I'm not challenging Mr. Keir's credentials. I am challenging the question that was asked concerning increases in flow during a particular time period, different from anything that's up there under number 3, and whether flows would go higher than the 2010 flow criteria report, for which if you're going to opine that yes, they should, that needs to be based on sound scientific evidence, which is not before us and was not reviewed in questioning Mr. Keir.
And which was not submitted by Mr. Keir.
Correct. Well, he didn't discuss it in his testimony.
Didn't discuss it. Your response, Ms. Meserve.
Again, yeah, I'm just trying to understand the nature of his recommendation and if it is intending to be exclusive or not. So I believe I could ask the question more in the manner that Mr. Keeling expressed it, maybe, and get through the question in a way that is, I think, allowable cross-exam on this particular SWR rebuttal.
So let's see if I can understand this. Mr. Keir, your testimony, as I recall reviewing it, focused on the 2010 flow criteria report because it was in response to petitioners' witnesses, the 3 doctors, and their critique of the 2010 flow criteria report, correct?
I'm sorry, could you restate the question?
Your testimony was focused on the 2010 flow criteria report.
Yes, I mean, I was
Did
explaining my role in it and the value that I saw in the work of the board.
Did you offer any opinion or testimony beyond the 2010 flow criteria report?
I think not.
Okay. Then, Ms. Meserve, your cross should be limited to the 2010 flow criteria report. That is the scope of Mr. Keir's rebuttal testimony.
So just to clarify, does that mean that you wouldn't be allowing me to ask the question in the manner that Mr. Keeling had phrased it?
I don't even remember how Mr. Keeling phrased it now.
Yeah. So let me try and then see if it follows what you're trying to convey. So just looking at the first bullet, Mr. Keir, which refers to the unimpaired delta outflow January through June. Is there anything in your testimony and your recommendation which would preclude the consideration of outflow in other time periods?
I don't know. I understand that question. Is there anything in his testimony?
Does his recommendations in his testimony
Let's try it this way. Mr. Keir, does your testimony include any recommendations beyond what's contained in the first bullet?
My 2010 testimony was limited to the flow requirements of fall run Chinook salmon from the Sacramento River.
And what about your rebuttal testimony before us today?
Oh, and my rebuttal
I'm sorry, sir, rebuttal.
My SWR rebuttal testimony simply points out that the flow criteria report, in my view, was the best piece of work that I had seen in all my years of working, and that the efforts by the rebuttal witnesses to reduce the value of that, I was addressing that. I was saying.
But your SWR rebuttal testimony does not make any recommendations or mention of any other recommendations beyond the flow criteria report.
That is correct.
Okay, so Ms. Meserve, that would be outside the scope.
Following up on Mr. Keir's answer regarding fall run Chinook salmon, is it true, Mr. Keir, that there is no outflow requirement in the 2010 flow criteria for fall, for July through December?
I believe that the criteria are restricted to spring out migration for Sacramento River, Fall Run, Chinook salmon.
And with respect to the second bullet of unimpaired Sacramento River inflow, are you aware, Mr. Kier, that the project proponents for the tunnels are proposing to measure inflow downstream of the 3 diversions?
Mr. Berliner?
Objection beyond the scope of his testimony. As he has said many times, his testimony bookends with the 2010 flow criteria and takes on the testimony of 3 DWR witnesses. This is well beyond the scope of what he discussed in his testimony.
Mr. Weir, what is your understanding? I'm sorry, why do I want to call you Mr. Weir? Mr.
Because we've,
Where is that you?
because we've had another witness that I believe is very close to Weir. And I think you're going to see him on rebuttal again, having to do with pictures.
Yes, I
which
do have
you
that.
love.
Yes, all right.
That's worth.
What is your understanding, Mr. Kier, of the inflow that is reflected in this bullet, which is in the report to which he has referenced?
You're talking about other than the January to June period?
Yes, the Sacramento River inflow. What is your understanding of what comprises Sacramento River inflow?
Oh,
Not the temporal element. I haven't asked about that yet, but I'm the location.
in my testimony, I urge you to use the flow criteria in establishing standards for the change, for the request for change of point of diversion from upstream of the diversion point through the delta. I think I make that clear in my testimony that I don't know why flow criteria would be established only downstream of the project. I mean, I think we know how much water it takes to get fall run Chinook salmon from the Sacramento River safely through the delta and estuary, and that amount should be provided the entire course from, say, Sacramento through the delta. That was the way I made my recommendation to your board in 2010, and I think that's the way it was incorporated in your flow criteria report.
Thank you. Ms. Sheehan?
I wanted to object to the question because Ms. Meserve appears to be asking him now about criteria as it relates to Cal WaterFix, and he is specifically only rebutting witnesses who said they were only talking about existing conditions and specifically were not talking about Cal WaterFix. So his rebuttal can only be in regard to the report and existing conditions. He did not testify to Cal WaterFix, and the people he's rebutting did not testify to Cal WaterFix.
Wasn't the implication, Ms. Sheehan, that the witnesses, petitioner's witnesses testifying on 2010 flow criteria report were doing so in its application to our decision with respect to the petition?
They were testifying in regard to, there's a lot of information that should be included in state board decision-making, whatever form that is. But in general, that there's a lot of information that is great stuff that the board should also consider, and that was their testimony.
All right. Sustain, although I think the way I asked you a question got the answer you wanted. So let's move on, Ms. Meserve.
So just respect to the, going to the temporal element of the Sacramento River inflow recommendation, that could include inflows as you defined them just now in your answer in other months for other beneficial uses, couldn't it?
Which would go beyond the scope of the 2010 flow criteria report.
Actually, if you looked at number 4, and everybody quit looking at just the bullets on one page, it talks about fall pulse flows on the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers. It talks about other criteria. The board simply didn't throw out the rest of the year, and so I don't understand the question.
I guess, yeah, I was just asking Mr. Kier to clarify that his endorsement of the flow report wouldn't exclude unimpaired Sacramento River inflows as he defined them in other months.
And I would object on the grounds that it misstates his testimony. It's my understanding his testimony in regard to the 2010 report is that it's a great place to start, and what's in it is a place to start. And I'm looking at number 4, talking about...
Right. All right, Mr. Jackson, you're now testifying yourself, but that was helpful. Thank you. Ms. Meserve, either rephrase or move on, please.
I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
Ms. Desjardins had cross-exam questions. She arrived a little bit late, and I wasn't able to get her request in, if that would be all right.
Yes, I apologize for arriving late. I had to drive up very late from Santa Cruz because of a continually changing.
How much
schedules.
time do you request?
I'd like 25 minutes, please. It may take less.
Let's see what you have.
Since we're on exhibit SWRCB 25, I'd like to go to PDF page 56 and 57 of that document, please. And can we scroll down? And Mr. Kier, I just wanted to ask you your understanding of the biological goals for the Delta Flow Criteria Report. This is the first page. Was with respect to salmon, was one of the goals to provide floodplain inundation of appropriate timing and sufficient duration to enhance spawning and rearing.
Mr. Jackson?
I'm going to object to that question. It's outside the scope of Sir rebuttal. We were rebutting Mr. Hansen, Mr. Hutton, and Mr. Acuna, and I do not remember floodplain.
Mr. Hansen actually talked about floodplain inundation.
Did Mr. Kier specifically, did you discuss floodplain inundation in your testimony, Mr. Kier?
Okay, then let's go to the next page, please.
I'm sorry, hold on. Let's make sure the court reporter captured Mr. Kier's response. Okay, all right.
Thank you. So was one of the other goals to provide sufficient flows in the Sac River to transport salmon smolts through the delta in the spring.
Ms. Desjardins, since we can all see that bullet, what is your question?
I believe, Mr. Kier, that was one of the biological goals of the report and what you testified on in the proceeding.
That's what it says. What is your question?
Well, I'd also like, following up on that, to say was another goal was specifically maintaining water temperatures and dissolved oxygen is another goal to support adult Chinook salmon migration through maintaining water temperatures in the main stem rivers.
And that's what it says. Mr. Jackson?
Yes, I'm going to object to this line of questioning on the grounds that the documents and evidence speaks for itself.
Desjardins, Ms. Desjardins? Ms. Desjardins.
Yes.
Your role in conducting cross-examination is to solicit additional evidence for the record, not to simply restate and repeat what is already in the document that we can all see. So please ask your specific question to Mr. Kier.
Thank you. Mr. Kier, aren't the temperature conditions on the main stem rivers, don't those apply in the fall? Isn't adult migration of salmon occur in the fall?
It begins in the fall.
Yes, and so
For fall run.
Yeah, and wouldn't requirements to maintain water temperatures to protect adult migration, to support adult Chinook salmon migration, apply in the fall as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was what I wanted to get to. And then I'd like to go to your testimony refers to Dr. Kelson's in 1987 testimony, and I'd like to go to Exhibit PCFFA 149, page 51, about some of the basis of your opinion. PDF, page 51, thank you. And let's scroll out a little. So is this graph part of the basis of Kelson's conclusion that minimum flows of 20,000 to 30,000 CFS are needed? Is this a graph of survival of salmon faults versus Rio Vista flow?
I would object. This, I think I understand the question, but this seems to go a bridge too far beyond the scope of Mr. Kier's rebuttal. You know, if he's
all right,
if he has some working familiarity, that's another thing. But this is not within his rebuttal.
Sustain.
Okay. I'd like to go to the summary on page 77. Mr. Kier, can you read the section on summary?
Yes.
Is this section, is this summary by Mr. Kelson consistent? Partly the basis of your own recommendations in the 2010 flow criteria?
I believe I incorporated Dr. Chelson's work in my presentation to the board in 2010.
And it's not just maximum survival with flows at or above 20,000 to 30,000 CFS, correct? There's other recommendations as well.
That is correct.
One of them is that temperatures are below 66 degrees.
You're asking what?
Yeah, isn't that one of the recommendations?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It is one of the recommendations that temperatures be below 66 degrees.
There it is on the screen.
And in your own understanding, that's very important for salmon, isn't that correct?
I included a temperature recommendation in the testimony that I provided the board in 2010.
And another recommendation of Gelson was that flow is seaward in the lower San Joaquin River at Jersey Point. Is that correct, that there's a recommendation on no reverse flows as well?
What's your question?
So is the elimination of reverse flows, in your understanding, also very important for salmon survival?
Mr. Berliner.
This goes beyond the scope of his testimony. He doesn't discuss reverse flows.
On top of that, I think it's asked and answered. I think the answer is encompassed in his previous response.
Sustain.
Okay. The 2010 Delta Flow Criteria Report recommendations do discuss limits on reverse flows. So that was the basis of my question. I'd like to go to page 9 of SJC 364, please. Yeah, page 1.
Sorry, page 1 or page 9?
Page 9 at line 1, sorry. And Mr. Kier, you mentioned the exhibits of the state and federal water contractors here. I wanted to ask you about the witnesses who appeared for the state and federal water contractors. And to refresh your memory, I'd like to pull up exhibit DDJ 349. If we could scroll down, please. Mr. Kier, based on this witness list and your own recollection, was Chuck Hansen a witness for the state and federal water contractors in the 2010 Delta Flow Criteria proceeding?
Objection relevant.
Ms. Desjardins?
I think it's relevant in the extent that these are experts who appeared for the state and federal water contractors and who were paid for that testimony. A witness's testimony may be influenced by, to the extent that it wasn't the Department of Water Resources.
I don't understand the justification.
The board itself has cited a decision which states that weight of an expert testimony should be partly considering who paid for the testimony, and to the extent these were witnesses for the state and federal contractors.
And you may make that argument in your closing briefs.
I can't if it's not in evidence, and I can't ask the question.
It is in evidence in cross-examination, and a list showing these same panels is in evidence already, and was responded to by Mr. Hansen, in which he said he didn't remember being on that many panels, but he had been on the panels. So I think it's asked and answered.
And in any case, it's outside the scope of Mr. Kier's testimony.
Okay, thank you. That concludes my questions.
All right. Redirect request.
We have no redirect, and I believe this is the last SIR rebuttal panel for the San Joaquin County protestants. So at this time, I would move into evidence all of Mr. Keir's testimony, which is SJC 364, as well as his statement of qualifications, which is 363, and the many exhibits that I won't take the time to list that were submitted in conjunction with those exhibits on this rebuttal.
Thank you. Mr. Jackson, did CSPA have any exhibits?
The exhibits are joint exhibits, and we did that as a matter of time on SIR rebuttal. And this is the end of our SIR rebuttal case as well, and so I would join in the motion.
All right. Objections?
Yes. Tom Bruin on behalf of DWR. We object to several of the submittals being proposed by San Joaquin County and CSPA.
If you could move the microphone closer to you.
We object to several of the exhibits that are being proposed for as evidence by San Joaquin County and CSPA that are waiver from our standard practice. Objected earlier to all of them as not being supported by the testimony and was overruled. However, there are a number of items that are on this list that I won't go through one by one, but are not self-authenticating. Yes, they are exhibits from the 2010 flow proceeding. We're not disputing that, but there have been a number of exhibits that are sort of, let's call it casual, if that's a fair description, and that were not relied on. Their veracity has not been demonstrated.
Mr. Berliner, let me interrupt. It sounds like you have a long list of exhibits as well as a long list of objections that you wish to voice. Let us give you until noon tomorrow to follow that in writing. And Mr. Keeling, Mr. Jackson, you may have until noon on Monday to respond.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Keir, with that, thank you. Mr. Jackson, anything to add?
Yeah, just since I don't know which exhibits we're talking about yet, and I don't particularly want to know until I think that's a fine procedure to do it, but I take it that if they're not specifically objected to in writing, they go into evidence.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I think we deserve an earlier break. Why don't we take our lunch break now so that we can go to the farmer's market? Mr. Becerra's not here to prevent us from doing that. In any case, we will return at 12:45. All right, it is 12:45. We're back in session. Ms. Meserve.
Good afternoon. We have our one witness for land this afternoon, Russell Van Lobensels.
All right, welcome back. And before we get to you, I believe, Ms. Morris, do you have an objection? Please state your objection.
Thank you. I have several objections that I'll walk through. The first is, and this is on the testimony of Russell Van Lobensels, Land 305, beginning on page 2, line 7, through page 3, line 16. This section is outside the scope of SWR rebuttal, as it does not cite to or respond to SWRCB 1113, the supplemental, and there are no documented changes from the final to the supplemental in terms of water quality. All the sites in this section are to SWRCD 110 and 111, which are not the supplemental document, environmental document. Then,
Ms. Morris, I'm sorry, before you continue, please give me that specific section again in 305.
Sure. It's page 2, line 17.
Page 2, line 17, okay.
Through page 3, line 16. Okay. They're all scopes, so do you want me to go through them all, or do you want to handle them one at a time?
Let's hear a response from Ms. Meserve one at a time, and then we'll take them all into consideration. Ms. Meserve, her objection is page 2, line 17 through page 3, line 16.
Line 7.
I'm sorry?
2, line 7.
2, line 7, sorry.
The way Mr. Van Lobensels and I reviewed the admin draft supplemental EIR, and it includes some new analysis regarding certain impacts, and then it relies on the same mitigation measures, which is SWRCB 111, as the final EIR did. What Mr. Van Lobensels' testimony is explaining is that he continues to be concerned about those impacts, even in light of the new information put forth in the admin draft EIR. So I believe, especially based on the clarifications issued earlier this morning with respect to the proper scope of SWR rebuttal being responsive to the admin draft SEIR, that this would fall within that.
I'm not sure I understand how that is responsive to the administrative draft.
The admin draft SEIR relies on the materials that are cited in here to address salinity and microcystis, or the water quality concerns mentioned by Mr. Van Lobensels. So to the extent that the admin draft continues to rely on those, that's what he's responding to.
And to be clear, what it does cite to is the MMRPs, which have been part of this record for quite some time, as well as the statement of overriding considerations for the final EIR. There's no citation in this section or reference to the supplemental.
There is no citation to the administrative draft, Ms. Meserve.
It's cited earlier on in the testimony.
But not in this section.
I don't think.
And in what way is it responsive to the 4 issues that is the scope of SWR rebuttal?
Item 1 says new information concerning changes described in the admin draft SEIR, and then you clarified this morning that it's not the burden on petitioners to figure out what was different since the final EIR, or that we're talking about everything that's happened since the final EIR.
So the other thing that I think didn't get brought up this morning but is relevant is that the scope of the analysis in the admin draft EIR, many of us believe is not expansive enough to include all the things that may change from the changes in operations or other things, right? So I think it's within the realm of what SWR rebuttal was defined to be, and if the admin draft SEIR didn't rely on that set of mitigation measures, I think Ms. Morris might have a point, but since it does rely on those same mitigation measures to supposedly address the impacts that Mr. Van Lobenstals is concerned about, I believe he's within the proper scope to be responding to that. And if there's additional detail, it's the kind of thing that I think could be addressed in briefing if you're inclined to hear more about it.
Ms. Morris, next objection, please.
Thank you. Beginning on Land 305, page 3, line 17 through page 4, lines 25. This is outside the scope of the testimony as it of rebuttal and the supplemental. It tries to connect the ADSR it says that the claim that the changes to the project footprint of the tunnels will avoid crossing under the community and to avoid affecting municipal water wells. But yet then it goes on throughout the rest of it to talk about and to refer to existing analysis. In fact, the groundwater mitigation hasn't changed, nor were there changes in the groundwater in the supplemental analysis. And so again, this is outside the scope. And then furthermore, specifically in that section on page 4, lines 5 through the end, there's no citation to the supplemental draft. Rather, it's all to existing testimony that has already been put in by Land or others.
Response, Ms. Meserve.
I think it's the very fact that the SCIR admin draft did not include any analysis of the change that Mr. Van Lobenstals' testimony is responding to. And if you go to the groundwater chapter of the admin draft SCIR, there's like 2.5 pages there that basically say nothing. And that's what we're responding to.
Next objection.
No change. So page 5. Line 18 through page 6, lines 9. Again, this is outside the scope. There's no new. It even says that it's the same flawed mitigation. It doesn't cite to the ADA EIS, and it is really just citing back to the MMRPs. As well as to previous testimony that has been submitted by other people and into this record. So it's outside the scope and it's also duplicative.
Response, Ms. Meserve.
This is one of the areas like the groundwater one before where there are changes to the project and the project footprint. For instance, there's quite a bit more acreage of agricultural land would be converted. So I think it's within the scope of the testimony to comment on the adequacy of the same old mitigation measures being applied to an even more severe impact on agriculture in the Delta.
Next objection.
Same exhibit, Land 305, page 6, lines 12 through 17. This, again, is not talking about or rebutting anything in the administrative draft. It's really just it's just stating and referencing duplicative testimony that's already been put into evidence.
Let me make sure I get that. Page 7, line
Page
12 through 17?
Sorry, page 6,
I'm sorry. Page 6, I'm sorry.
12 through line 17. There's a whole other part of this section that I'm not moving to strike, but it's just that portion that is referring to and incorporating other testimony that is outside the scope and not relevant to the SWR rebuttal topic on new information. I recognize that the rest of it is responding directly to, not directly, but there was testimony by DWR witnesses about traffic impacts. So I'm not moving to strike that.
Response, Ms. Mazur?
The way this is written, it's just an introductory paragraph to introduce the topic of transportation. I don't see why it would be objectionable.
It incorporates several other pieces of testimony. It's not just introductory, it's incorporating other pieces of testimony that may not have relevant information to this topic.
Well, I think Mr. Van Lobensals is saying that it is relevant. He's a Yolo County resident and he farms also in Sacramento County. And I think he was concerned about the exhibits that he saw. And then he goes on to explain what his new concerns would be. So it's part of his testimony.
Next objection.
Land 305, this is beginning on page 7, line 18, all the way through 8, line 23. This section is outside the scope. This is dealing with cultural resources and specifically with the Rosebud Rancho, which has been a subject of testimony in part 1. The EIR, EIS, even though it's cited here, there's no evidence in that it's changing. In fact, the EIR, the supplemental EIR, EIS says there's no changes to cultural impacts and it does not reference at all Rosebud Rancheros. So this is outside the scope of the rebuttal topic.
Response?
In fact, page 18A-2, as indicated on page 7, line 24, does reference Rosebud Rancho, and it continues to misstate the condition of Rosebud Rancho and whether it is in fact a significant cultural resource. And Mr. Van Lobensals is disagreeing with that part of the admin draft SEIR.
And that again is duplicative testimony from part 1.
Next objection.
Looking at page 8, line 24 through page 9, line 18, the assertion is that more than 9,000 CFS can be diverted, but the testimony itself references that the EIR EIS says it would remain at 9,000. There's been no change in the capacity of the 3 tunnel intakes, and those were not referenced in the supplemental EIR, and therefore it's outside the scope of the rebuttal topics.
Ms. Mazur?
Mr. Van Lobensals is responding to the assertion in the admin draft SCIR that the maximum capacity is 9,000 CFS, and since that time, there has been additional information which indicates that that number is not a maximum capacity. That also responds to rebuttal testimony that was put forth in cross-examination of Mr. Bednarski, I believe. So to the extent the SCIR is representing something as a maximum capacity, this testimony disagrees with that characterization and responds.
Question, Mr. Derringer?
Ms. Morris, with respect to this motion to strike, it sounded like your argument was limited to the administrative draft. Would your motion change or would you withdraw it if that information was present in the conceptual engineering report?
I don't believe. No, I would argue the same reason, that the conceptual engineering report leaves the tunnel intake capacity at 9,000, 3,000 per intake. There's no change on either of those documents.
Thank you.
Next objection.
The last one to the testimony, land 305, page 9. I'm breaking this up because I think there's some relevance here and it's within the scope. So my objection is to the heading C, which is on lines 19 to 20. And then also for the same reason, on page 10, line 10 through 22, that this testimony is discussing a change to Bureau participation as well as the Coordinated Operations Agreement, and that is outside the scope of the supplemental. The supplemental does not identify any change in the project in this manner, and nor does it reference Coordinated Operations Agreement. In addition to that, it also tries to link relevance in by citing the CER, but the CER is a construction document. It says how you construct the project, not how you operate the project. So to the extent that there's a tie to say the CER, it tells how it's going to be operated, that's incorrect factually, and so thus would be also outside the scope.
Ms. Meserve?
As directly quoted from the CER at the top of page 10, first and second bullets, the CER explains how the operations would change. So that's incorrect to say that the CER is construction and not operation. It goes through, in particular, the changes that are proposed with the Byron Tract forebay. And that's what this testimony responds to. And that's how the materials objected to lower on page 10 are responding to that. The greater level of coordination between DWR and reclamation that the CER has identified as being a change from the prior version of the CER.
Ms. Morris?
The CER talks about not operations, but how it will require coordination. And again, none of that coordination has changed. The change that it's referencing to at that site is the difference between the Clifton Court forebay and the Byron Tract forebay, and is not related to coordinated operations agreement, which has to do much more with the sharing of responsibilities as well as sharing in excess times, not how you operate certain facilities.
Sounds to me like something that DWR and those state water contractors can argue in their closing briefs.
I have a couple more objections. Should I go?
Ms. Desjardins is behind you.
Oh.
I think she wants to chime in on this
I
one.
just would like to say that there is a whole section of the CER that discusses facility operations, and Ms. Morris's objection mischaracterizes that section.
Ms. Morris?
I don't think you need me to respond to that, do you?
No.
Okay. The other objections I have is to two citations of exhibits, and that's Land 309, which is the supplemental EIR comments. And the reason I'm objecting to this is they're referenced in this testimony, and they go outside the scope of the supplemental, the changes in the supplemental EIR. For example, they talk about project description. They also attach numerous exhibits that go outside the scope of the supplemental EIR rebuttal scope that's been identified. For example, they're also duplicative because two of the exhibits happen to be testimony already submitted in this hearing. And then the last one is on Land 310, which is a COA letter. And again, I would make the objection that it's outside the scope of the rebuttal identified in the hearing. I'm sorry, in the September 10th ruling.
Ms. Meserve, your response to the objection to citations of Land 309 and 310.
With respect to the 309, which is the land comment letter, I don't believe that exhibits are held to the same standard as the testimony with respect to the scope. I believe we have a lot of exhibits that probably touch on a lot of topics that may not be within the scope of rebuttal as the hearing officers have defined it. So I don't think that's the rule. I will say the reason it was attached is because it includes information that Mr. Van Lobensel's reviewed, and in addition, a few of the exhibits are specifically referenced by Mr. Van Lobensel's in particular with respect to the cultural resource testimony he provides in his concern about Rosebud Rancho. So it was a matter of expediency to just attach the letter that had the exhibits. So I don't believe there's any, I believe the apparent rule that.
Ms. Meserve, did he review the entire comment letter or just sections of it in preparing his testimony? Oh, I should ask him that. Sorry?
I reviewed the entire letter.
Okay.
And then with respect to Exhibit 310, the COA letter, again, that related back to the testimony about this greater coordination, and Mr. Van Lobensel's in his testimony ties together why that reinitiation of coordination may be relevant and may be concerning if that higher level of coordination is needed under the new design. So I believe the parsing hairs about what exactly is in the COA and what exactly would be renegotiated and trying to pull that away from the greater level of daily operational coordination, I think goes, is way more detail than the reasons for which it was brought up in this testimony.
Final arguments?
Just on the comment letter, it is referenced in his testimony, so it should be within the scope of the SWR rebuttal, as well as it contains many legal arguments about the adequacy of CEQA and other things that are not proper evidence and are outside the scope.
All right. Thank you. With that, we shall take a break to consider this, and we will return shortly. right, we are back in session. Let me go through Ms. Morris's objection, an issue and ruling on each one of them. We'll begin with page 2. Oh, this is all pertaining to Land 305. Her first objection to page 2, line 7, through page 3, line 16, is sustained. It is outside the scope. Her second objection, page 3, line 17, through page 4, line 25, as well as her third objection, page 5, line 18, through page 6, line 9, are overruled. The administrative draft does contain new analysis on mitigation. Her next objection was to page 6, line 12 through 17. That is also overruled since it's an introductory framing the issue paragraph. Her next objection is page 7, line 18 through page 8, line 23. That objection is sustained. The administrative draft did not contain new project information regarding this matter. Her next objection, page 8, line 24 through page 9, line 18, is also sustained. It is outside the scope. It was not, capacity is not an issue discussed in the CER or the administrative draft. Her objection, page 9, heading C through, and also page 10, line 10 through 22, is overruled. The CER was not clear on this matter, so we will allow it. She also objected to Land 309. That objection is overruled. The witness did confirm that he considered the entire comment letter in preparing his testimony, and to the extent that it does include any legal arguments, we will give it the appropriate weight. And her final objection is to the citation to Land 310. That is sustained. This does not reflect a change in the project as described in the administrative draft or the CER. If there were to be such a change, that matter will have to come back to us for consideration. I believe that covers all of your objections, Ms. Morris. Ms. Meserve, do you need a moment to consult with your client regarding the remainder of his testimony? Yeah, let's go ahead and take a short break until 1:45. I'm sorry, 45.
Thank you.
right. Do you need more time, Ms. Mazur?
I think we're okay. We'll, if we get it wrong, I'm sure someone will let us know.
I'm sure someone will. All right, thank you for that quick huddle. Now, please proceed.
Okay, and Mr. Van Lobenstels has already been sworn in previously, so we don't need to go over that. Is Land 305 a true and correct copy of your written testimony?
It is, with the exception of the site at the end of page 6, should be changed to SWRCB-102, page 19A. 19A, page 34.
Mr. Van Lobenstels, if you could move the microphone closer to you. Thank you. Is it on?
The site at the bottom of page 6 needs to be changed to SWRCB-102, page 19A, page 34. Appendix.
Page number is correct. It just cited to the wrong document.
Thank you.
And in preparing for your testimony, did you read portions of the administrative draft, supplemental environmental impact report, the 2018 CER, and the other materials cited in your testimony?
I did.
You could go ahead and summarize your testimony as modified by the hearing officer's ruling.
My brother and I are fourth-generation farmers, and we own and operate Amistad Ranches, farming 2,400 acres of tomatoes, corn, pears, wheat, safflower, alfalfa, and grapes. I chair the Delta Caucus, an informal organization of the 5 Delta County Farm Bureaus. I participated as an alternate in the Blue Ribbon Task Force, and recently participated in Delta Dialogues hosted by the Delta Conservancy. And through these processes and 49 years of farming in the Delta, I'm somewhat aware of the State Water Project and the CVP water diversions that occur in the Delta, and this proposed petition that's before you today. I previously provided testimony for Land 1, in Part 1 pertaining to injury to legal users of water, as well as Part 2 pertaining to public interest considerations. This testimony focuses on inadequacy of disclosure and mitigation for key effects of the supplemental EIR as described in the administrative draft supplemental EIR that would affect Delta communities. In addition, I'm concerned with the possibility of expanding, but that's not allowed, so I won't go there. I'm concerned with the high level of coordination between the CVP and SWP that the revised project would require. Impacts of the revised project remain unacceptable, and mitigation fails to protect the public interest in the areas of groundwater, agriculture, transportation. First of all, groundwater mitigation. The ADSEIR changes the project footprint to avoid affecting Hood's municipal water wells. Yet the ADSEIR fails to address whether the newly proposed tunnel alignment and project changes would result in impacts to different water and groundwater resources. Neither does the ADSEIR include analysis of the hydrogeological effects of the tunnels on wells in the areas surrounding the newly aligned tunnels and facilities. The ADSEIR does not identify existing wells in the proximity of the tunnel alignment or any analysis of impacts to wells, even though the information is readily available. Instead, the ADSEIR broadly concludes that the new alignment will have beneficial effects on groundwater resources, even though no investigation has been done with respects to wells and other water resources impacted by the new alignment. The project footprint has significantly changed, yet DWR has failed to consider the impacts of those changes. The ADSEIR also fails to disclose or analyze how the changes in tunnel muck placement would impact groundwater wells. Further, there is no information regarding the location of borrow pits at each intake site. The ADEIR does not disclose where material will come from or provide maps of their potential locations. Both of these project features could adversely impact groundwater wells and other resources in the Delta, yet the ADSEIR does not address, let alone analyze them. As explained in previous testimony, I am concerned about project impacts on local wells and irrigation and drainage systems during construction and operation. Nothing in the ADSEIR relieves those concerns. Moreover, the decisions to move the tunnel alignment away from the town of Hood indicates that the petitioners may believe that the tunnels would actually interfere with groundwater wells. The failure to analyze and provide mitigation for these impacts indicates a lack of concern for Delta communities, agriculture, and the public interest. Agricultural impacts would increase. The revised project described in the ADSEIR would require the permanent conversion of 684 more acres of important farmland than the improved project. The ADSEIR attributes this increase primarily to changes in the new Byron forebay and muck storage area. The revised project would also interfere with 9 additional miles of agriculture water delivery systems and drainage systems. The locations of these new impacts are not disclosed. These agricultural impacts are classified as significant and unavoidable, yet not analyzed. The discussion of impact AG2 in the ADSEIR does not disclose the broad range of potential impacts on agriculture the revised project would have. The ADSEIR notes that the conversion of farmland and construction of project facilities would create indirect but adverse impacts on agriculture, yet does not disclose any of those impacts in detail. There is a passing reference to effects related to seepage from forebays, as well as changes to groundwater elevation, but again, neither of these impacts is analyzed nor specific mitigation proposed. No new or improved mitigation is provided for the additional significant and unavoidable impacts to agricultural resources, and they continue to rely on the same flawed mitigation measures from the approved project. Transportation impacts also remains severe. The revised project would continue to increase traffic delays and degrade road conditions in the Delta to significant and unavoidable levels, with some changes to the location of those impacts. Previous testimony has established that the interference with agriculture and other activities that rely on Delta roadways if traffic levels increase, as anticipated during construction of the project. The ADSEIR fails to offer any comparison between the approved and the proposed project with respect to levels of service. As a result, it's difficult to ascertain whether some segments would have increased in traffic under the proposed project. The ADSEIR claims that the number of segments with unacceptable levels of service would decrease by 4 roadway segments. An exacerbation of unacceptable pavement surfaces would decrease by 5 roadway segments. As a Yolo County resident and Delta farmer, I am concerned that some of these conclusions regarding lesser impacts are incorrect. The ADSEIR does not disclose or discuss how increases in traffic would impede emergency responders. The project traffic increases throughout the Delta would prevent fire departments, law enforcement from effectively responding to emergencies, potentially endangering the public and health and safety. I believe that the project would interfere with the effectiveness of emergency responders, which would not be in the interest of the local communities. The 2018 CER describes a new project design where water from the tunnels would be conveyed to a new forebay located at Byron Tract, rather than to an expanded Clifton Court forebay as previously planned. The 2018 CER describes a complicated daily schedule for integration of operations. These operations appear to be influenced by a variety of factors, including the Sacramento River flows and stages, tides, water surface elevations at the intermediate forebay, the Byron Court forebay, the old Clifton Court forebay, pumping schedules in the South Delta by CVP and SPWP pumps, as well as power availability and cost. All very complicated, many different moving parts, and I'm very concerned about the complexity of operating this system without doing damage to the Delta. In addition, the relationship between CVP and SWP is already somewhat complex with regards to complying with all of the rules and regulations as far as meeting meeting all of the regulatory requirements with regards to water. And on top of that, we have the CVP has notified the SWP that they wish to change the.
Mr. Van Lopensel's,
okay.
that part was struck.
Okay, let me try it from a little different direction. In my experience with the Delta dialogues and other Delta processors, it's my understanding that the relationship between the CVP and the SWP to coordinate Delta exports, including responsibility for meeting regulatory requirements, is already complex. That relationship was formally defined in the 1968 Coordinated Operating Agreement. The additional complexity now being proposed associated with the interoperation of the various SWP and CV components and proposed in the revised project described in the 2018 CER, combined with the complex existing background conditions, would appear to make successful operation of the revised project even more difficult. In conclusion, I believe that the changes to the Delta Tunnels project described in the AD-SEIR do not improve conditions for Delta communities and may in fact worsen the project impacts. The mitigation and other commitments provided by the petitioners would not, in my opinion, ensure continuation of healthy and vibrant communities and productive farming in the Delta. As a result, the revised project would not be in the public interest.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lopensel's. I believe DWR and the state water contractor had said you had no cross. Is that still the case? All right. I have County of San Joaquin for 10, Clifton Court for 10. I don't see Ms. Womack here. Mr. Keeling, do you still wish to cross?
Most of my cross has been eliminated by virtue of the rulings, but I have a couple of questions, and it'll be very short.
All right. So after we're done, let's do a quick time check and run down what I expect will happen the rest of today.
Tom Kaling for the San Joaquin County Protestants. My questions all have to do with communications between the DWR and the tunnel proponents and organizations with which Mr. Van Lopensel's is connected in connection with the development and preparation of the AD-SEIR.
And where is that in his testimony?
On page 1, he lists the organizations to which he belongs. His testimony is all about the AD-SER, or at least in large part about it. And I want to know if he's been contacted about these issues, such as transportation and groundwater, in connection with the preparation of the ADSER. Has there been any outreach to his organizations?
I don't see the connection between all the organization he listed. He doesn't mention them in the context of the ASDER.
Well, the testimony's about the ADSER, and my objective is to find out if there's been any attempt to outreach to the community at all in preparing this ADSER. And
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Van
Mr.
Lobenzel-
Keeling, I don't see anything, at least you can point me to, anything in his testimony regarding outreach to these organizations.
Exactly.
There is nothing in his testimony regarding outreach to this organization. Therefore, your question to him regarding that would be outside the scope.
Thank you.
Then I guess you have no redirect to Ms. Meserve. Thank you very much, Mr. Van Lobenzel. Do you wish to move your exhibits?
Yes, I believe so. I would be moving land 305 and land 309 into evidence, and then that's the two exhibits.
Yep. Any objections? And that would be 305 as corrected by our ruling issued earlier today.
Yes, do you have any further instruction about how you'd like to reflect that?
I think we will, oh, actually, I've already done the strikeout on my computer. Let me look to council. How would you like to do this?
The hearing team can do the strikeouts, and then if there are any corrections that need to be made, we assume that you or other parties will let us know.
Yes, certainly.
All right, Ms. Morris?
Yes, I have an objection to the exhibits on 309 in particular. There were two exhibits that I wanted to object to. I can get you the numbers in a second. One has to do with the Rosebud Ranchera, and the other has to do with the pumping capacity, which again were ruled as part of outside the scope. So I would also ask that those portions be excerpted out of that comment letter, and I can get those for you in 5 minutes, the exhibit. It's letters.
Yeah, I would object to chopping up my exhibits. I believe that it's a complete comment letter with attachments, and to the extent there may be portions of it that aren't relevant or were ruled outside of relevancy by the hearing team, that would have to be, that's already reflected in the record.
No, but Ms. Morris is saying that because we rule out those portions from Mr. Van Lobenzel's testimony, that portion should also be ruled out from Land 309.
That's how I understood it as well.
I'm saying I object to that. I don't think it would be appropriate to chop up my exhibit.
Well, we are chopping up your exhibits, Ms. Meserve, in any case. Ms. Morris, do you have those citations? Well, as you're looking up those citations,
It's exhibit 1 to Land 309, which is the MWD email on capacity. It's the exhibit 4 and 5, which are the exhibits that discuss the Rosebud National Register documents, and exhibit 5 is Rosebud California Preservation Foundation Award. So.
Yep. We will look at those to make sure they're correct. And with those corrections, we will accept Ms. Meserve's exhibits into the record. Thank you, Mr. Van Lobenzel. All right, let's do some quick housekeeping / time check. I see Dr. Dutton here. Welcome back, Dr. Dutton. I have roughly 90 minutes of cross for Dr. Dutton. So say that'll take us up to about the 4 o'clock hour. What I am proposing is we stay until 6 today in order to hear from Dr. Is it Jan and Dr. Williams. I don't know that we'll get through your cross today because there is quite a bit of cross, including 60-minute from the department and state water contractors. If we do not complete cross, then we will ask you to return on Friday. Ms. Ainsley.
Yes, I believe I can give a more refined estimate of cross for Dr. Yan and Dr. Williams would be about probably 30 to 40 minutes at most.
All right. Ms. Desjardins?
Yeah, both of my witnesses traveled very long distances.
Which is why I am accommodating them by making everyone stay until 6 o'clock instead of adjourning at 5.
Thank you very much.
And the department has revised their cross to 30 to 40 minutes. The remainder cross-examinations are by land for 15, the County of San Joaquin for 10, C-SPA for 20, and South Delta for 10. Again, to the extent that we cannot complete it today, then these witnesses will have to return on Friday. With that, I will ask Dr. Dutton to come up. Welcome back, Dr. Dutton. You have already taken the oath.
Well, good afternoon, Daniel Wolk on behalf of Contra Costa County Water Agency, and Solano County, the Group 25 protestants. So I'm here, of course, with Dr. Richard Denton, and I think he's already been sworn in.
All right. I believe there are objections. Ms. Norris?
Thank you. I have 2 objections.
Only 2?
Yes. So I will be brief. My objection is that the testimony on CC-71, and I'll give you all the lists, that this testimony is outside the scope of SWR rebuttal. This testimony looks at a post-1995 analysis, trend analysis, when asked on cross-examination by Mr. Hutton was asked on cross-examination if he did such an analysis post-1995, and he answered no. The following references are referring to a trend analysis that is post-1995, and that is, again, CCC-71, page 6, 25, lines 25 through 28, page 8, lines 4 through 8, page 8, lines 17 through 19, page 9, 10 through 11, and page 9.
Page 9, line 10 through 11?
Sorry, I got sloppy. My apologies. So
Okay.
page 9, lines 10 through 11, and page 9, lines 20 through 22. The second objection is that...
Okay, hold on. Let me ask Mr. Wolk to respond before you move on.
I think what Ms. Morris gets at is actually the crux of Dr. Hutton's testimony, that as part of rebuttal, that as part of this rebuttal, we're contradicting. In fact, we even quote Dr. Hutton's testimony, his written testimony on page 4 of CCC-SC71, in which he states explicitly the 2010 flow criteria report and the phase 2 scientific basis report suggest that the magnitude and timing of outflow has changed significantly over time, as evidenced by the difference between calculated unimpaired outflows and actual outflows. And the purpose of this sort of rebuttal is to essentially say Dr. Hutton is incorrect in that. And
So, Ms. Morris, again, why do you believe this is outside the scope?
Again, specifically on cross-examining, it's supposed to be rebutting what Dr. Hutton testified to. Dr. Hutton did not do, and he testified that he did not do a post-1995 trend analysis. And all the citations I've cited to show a post-1995 trend analysis. If they were alleging that he should have done it, then that's different, but they're actually just doing it and submitting it. So that's the objection.
They're doing it and presenting it to rebut his testimony.
she's actually making our argument for us. That's precisely why we presented it in SIR rebuttal.
It is responsive, Ms. Morris.
If that's the ruling, that's the ruling. I disagree. I don't think I'm making their argument for them. That's not exactly what they said. They actually did a different analysis. So
In any case, Ms. Morris, the objection is overruled. It is responsive to the testimony in rebuttal. Next objection.
the second objection is to the testimony on page 10, line 8 through 22.
I'm sorry, line 18 through 22?
8 through 22.
Okay.
Page 9, line 6 through 9. CCC SC 70, slide 9. CCC SC Exhibit 76. And the entirety of these are showing analysis for California WaterFix, as well as Boundary 1 and Boundary 2. If you look at the references, again, those are outside the scope of Mr. Hutton's testimony. He did not testify at all to WaterFix project operations, but rather was looking at outflow trends generally, but not specific as to WaterFix. And so these are outside the scope of the rebuttal testimony provided by Mr. Hutton.
Response, Mr. Woke.
Well, Dr. Hutton testified in rebuttal. His testimony essentially contradicts the 2008 biological opinion. Of course, that is part of the CWF operations criteria. So what this is intended to show is that, well, Dr. Hutton is incorrect in that what he presented for rebuttal and the arguments that he makes for rebuttal are ones that we would just essentially like to show that the CWF modeling with and without the fall X2 shows similar trends in the delta outflow during the fall, which he contradicts that as part of his rebuttal testimony. If that makes sense. I can have Dr. Denton explain if it's maybe
Please
easier. I'm not being very articulate.
Another way of looking at this is the purpose of Dr. Hutton's testimony, from my reading of it, is to suggest that the biological opinions, which form the basis for the operating criteria for the WaterFix, are wrong and there's no need for fall X2 limits.
Mm-hmm.
And so all I am sort of trying to show is that this then feeds back into this, that there have been problems with the fall X2, that it has gotten worse after 1995. And if the project, the WaterFix project, were allowed to operate without a fall X2, then we would end up with, as shown in that figure, or in Exhibit 76, you can see that the project would be operating to minimal outflows even in wet years of 4,000, when historically, and this is what Dr. Hutton was looking at, historically the outflows were much higher and would be much higher, for instance, in a WaterFix project that had a fall X2. And then if the argument is that Dr. Hutton didn't get into that kind of detail about WaterFix, then why was his testimony there? Because there's no point in having that testimony unless it's related back to the WaterFix project. And I'm just trying to relate my testimony back to the WaterFix project.
Ms. Morris?
I think that counsel and the witness are inferring things that were not part of Mr. Hutton's rebuttal testimony. Specifically, that testimony was responding to new analysis that had been done on the outflow criteria, on outflow since 2010 in the flow criteria report. Nothing in his testimony talked about boundary one. Boundary one has been part of this hearing since part one. If this protestant wanted to make this analysis, they could have easily put it in, but he wasn't looking at this in that context, and for a good reason, because it's not the point. The point was that he was responding to new published studies since 2010 that have to do with outflow, not WaterFix project.
I understand that your witness, or at least the department's witness, did not look at those issues, but Dr. Dutton, as I understand it, is looking at those issues in order to respond to the testimony received during rebuttal. So it is responsive. Objection is overruled. All right, not seeing any other objections. Mr. Woke,
Thank you,
may
Chair
begin.
Dodek. So, Dr. Denton, has your statement of qualifications been submitted into evidence as CCC-SC-2?
Yes, it has.
And is Exhibit CCC-SC-70 a true and correct copy of the PowerPoint presentation you will use today to summarize your Part 2 SIR rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
Is Exhibit CCC-SC-71 a true and correct copy of your Part 2 SIR rebuttal testimony?
Yes, it is.
And lastly, are Exhibits CCC-SC-72 through 76 true and correct copies of those exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Denton. Please proceed to summarize your Part 2 SIR rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Hunt, could you bring up my PowerPoint, please? Great, thank you very much. So co-chairs Dodek and Marcus, members of the board, I'm appearing today, my name is Dr. Richard Denton, and I'm appearing as a witness for Contra Costa County and Solano County. And my rebuttal testimony is responding to Dr. Hutton's, my SIR rebuttal testimony is responding to Dr. Hutton's rebuttal testimony on historic trends in delta outflow and fall X2 that he is in his Exhibit DWR 1224. If I could have the next slide, please. So Dr. Hutton criticized the findings in the 2010 Delta Flow Criteria Report and Phase 2 scientific report, specifically that there had been changes in the delta outflow and fall X2. He opined that, in fact, there were no statistically significant long-term trends in delta outflow and no long-term increasing trend in fall X2. So he was contradicting what was in the reports. His analysis of a time series didn't really take into account the water year variations within that time series, and so doing masked some of the recent trends in fall outflow and fall X2. And we've already started discussing the idea of 1995. Prior to 1995, there were, as I recall, there was there was 5 critical years and 2 dry years, and then after, from 1995 onwards, there was 5 wet years and 1 above normal year. So there really was a binomial shift in water in runoff, unimpaired runoff. And so something like that, if you're just trying to do a long-term time series, you would have that, you'd be masking that particular change. So what I feel is it's important to look at the historical data as a function of the water year type, so that you're actually taking into account what is happening in wet years, what is happening in dry years. And can you find an effect that is happening in, say, wet years that may have changed over time? Next slide, please. The first thing I'll look at is the delta outflow, and then later I'll look at the corresponding X2, although they are somewhat related. So if you look at the September delta outflow, what I've done is taken the historical data from day flow, and I've plotted against the Sacramento 40-30-30 index. That is the indicator of water year type that is used by the CUP and the State Water Project to determine operations. In interpreting D1641, there are different standards depending on what the water year type is. And what I've also done is broken up the years, so I'm also looking at trends with respect to time, but doing it in terms of categorizing into different periods. Dr. Hutton looked at a longer period of record, so he went from 1922 through, I think, 2016, and broke it at 1986 because that was 1968 because that was the time when the State Water Project came online. So I'm basically following the same approach that he did, that the yellow triangles are the period 1956, which is the start of the day flow data, the historical estimates of outflow. That starts in September 1956, and I go through to 1967 as the first period that I've categorized, and that's the yellow triangles. The next period is from 1968 through 1994, and that's the blue circles. And then I consider that there has been a change in Delta operations in 1995 as a result of the agreements made through the Bay Delta Accord, encapsulated into the 1995 Water Quality Control Plan, and then later implemented through D1641. And it's not just the Spring X2, that is a key factor that was implemented in or started being voluntarily operated to in in 1995, but there are also other things like EI ratios, et cetera, that were included. So that, to me, is a break point that you would expect to see some changes at that point. And then in 2008, 2009, we had new OCAP biological opinions, and they brought in additional things, including the fall X2, but also brought in requirements for the ratio of Vanalis inflow to South Delta exports, et cetera. So there were other standards that, or operating criteria that are introduced about that time. So we're trying to look is what has changed at that time. And so if you look at this graph here, or this plot here, you can see that the red triangles, which represent the period after 1995, or 1995 onwards, are much lower. The outflows are much lower in the fall. And this is a little bit curious because the whole idea of the Spring X2 was to increase flows and therefore improve X2 in the spring months. But there seems to be an effect as an unintended consequence of moving that effect into the fall. Then we'd like to be able to look at then, see if the biological opinions have done anything, and those are the green squares. As Dr. Hutton pointed out in his testimony, there's really the only test of fall X2 would have been in 2011 and 2017. In 2011, Reclamation wanted to relax the standards, but they were met naturally. So they would sort of correspond to what you would expect to find if fall X2 was in effect. And 2017, there was a request for relaxation of the standard in October. This is a plot for September, but it seems like even there that the flow is, well, actually, that is consistent with fall X2 because to meet fall X2 in a wet year, you have to get an outflow of about 11,000, and so it is consistent. Next slide, please. So I think the October plots are much more dramatic, that it does show that if you're looking for trends in delta outflow, then there is an effect that occurred after 1995 in the month of October, where you're basically, in most cases, you're starting to flatline the outflow. So even in a wet year, admittedly the State Board and D1641, that's their minimum outflow requirement, so no one's breaking the law here. But prior to that, in the previous trends that were that in wet years and above normal years, you got much higher flows in October than just the bare minimum. Next slide, please. And this is a plot of a spring month. The Spring X2 applies from February through June, and this is just for the month of April. And you can, if you look at the red triangles, you don't see any actual improvement in outflow as a result of this Spring X2 requirement. And well, I did not go. I was going to do an aside, but I won't do an aside. Next, please. And this one I really just put in there because Dr. Hutton did actually do some normalization of outflows by dividing by in his case, the 8 river index. In this case, I've divided by the unimpaired flow, just so it's a little bit more consistent with what the State Board is considering doing through its update of the Water Quality Control Plan. And there does indeed, in this case, once the State Water Project comes online and the blue dots start at that point in 1968, there does seem to be a decrease in outflow as a percentage of unimpaired flow. But as in the case of Dr. Hutton's testimony, that's not necessarily a statistically significant trend, but to the eye, it looks significant. Next slide, please. So the next slide, a series of slides are just plotting September or X2 instead of outflow. And in my case, the X2 values were calculated from the current monthly outflow or the current daily outflows and the previous outflows through the Kimmerer-Monosmith equation. In the case of Dr. Hutton's testimony, he calculated X2 from actual salinity measurements in the delta rather than from that equation. And looking back at some of his papers that are in the exhibits there are differences in the X2 calculations, but they're somewhat similar. So this is a plot then of the X2 from day flow calculated from outflow values. And again, in September, there is this much higher X2 values represented by a reduction in outflow, but not as significant as maybe if we go to the next slide. This is the slide for October. You can see very significant changes in fall X2, October X2 after 1995. And in my earlier testimony and other testimony, people have likened this to being that wet years are starting to appear like dry years. And Dr. Hutton pointed out and was concerned about that statement. But if you look at that there are some very high fall X2s in wet years that are well above what they had been previously in previous years prior to 1995. And this particular graph has superimposed on it the fall X2 limits that are in the biological opinion, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife 2008 biological opinion, and also in the State Board's own delta flow criteria report. And you can see that previously, essentially all those data points were actually below the fall X2 in wet years on the right-hand side of the graph, except for the ones that are obviously there, 1997, 2006, and the others. So there is something that happened after 1995. And then one thing that Dr. Hutton said in his testimony, which was alluded to through the objection, that his breakdown, if he was breaking up the periods after 1968, he said in his cross-examination by Mr. Wolk that he chose the year 2000 because that's when the pelagic organism decline occurred. But of course, there are reasons that pelagic organism decline occurred, and they will have happened prior to 2000. Next slide, please. And so this one is just really just showing you how this all ties into what's happening with the CWF, the WaterFix project itself. You will have options when you're considering permit terms. Will you accept the project as represented by the project that was presented in Part 2 rebuttal, in other words, CWF H3+. That was the adopted project by DWR coming out of the final EIR, and those are the green dots. Or will you agree that it would be okay through adaptive management to change the project over time to something closer to boundary 1, which doesn't include fall X2, which you would see there is drops the outflows from, instead of being 10,000, about 10,000 in wet years, it'll drop down to 4,000, which will have effects if you follow the logic in the biological opinions of impacting the Delta ecosystem and also has effects on Delta water quality, which is a concern to the parties I represent. Next slide, please. So my conclusions are that the plots of delta outflow, if you plot them as a function of water year index, they do show recent trends in over time in the fall, that the fall delta outflows reduced substantially after 1995, which coincided with the implementation of the Spring X2. This appears, it could well be an unintended consequence of setting a standard for the spring, but not simultaneously protecting subsequent months after that. Then if you, the plots of X2 as a function of water year index also show that there are these changes, an increase in fall X2 during the 14-year period. There are weaker effects in September, but very strong effects in the October X2 plot. And as Dr. Hutton pointed out in his testimony, since 2008, even though fall X2 has theoretically been in effect, it really hasn't been tested. So we really don't know whether that's having an effect so far. If we do have, well, the idea is that we really need fall X2 limits so that we do avoid a repeat of what happened in 1995 or post-1995. If that is included as a permit term in the WaterFix project, then that will help the Delta ecosystem and help improve Delta water quality or maintain good Delta water quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Denton. The cross I have for you are joint DWR state water contractors for 30, land for 15, Mr. Ruiz for 10 to 15, and CSPA for 20.
Good afternoon, Dr. Denton.
Afternoon.
I have a couple of questions for you. The day flow data goes back to water year 1930, correct?
The day flow? 1955.
So it's your testimony that there's no day flow data prior to 1955?
Well, the day flow data that I downloaded was through started in 1955.
But there is day flow data back to water year 1930, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. There's some data that I think the IEP was not sort of, they're not sure about how accurate it was, but it was made available on their website.
If you were conducting a historical trend analysis, would you include future, not yet built infrastructure in a historical trend analysis?
I wouldn't have the data because it's not the flow data or the estimates of flow data because it's not yet built. In terms of day flow.
If you could pull up, Mr. Hunt, DWR 1426. It's on the flash drive. We handed it to you. And if you could first show the cover page. And this is the water quality control plan for salinity from the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta estuary from May 1991. Are you familiar with this document?
I used to work with that back when it was essentially the current document, but I haven't looked at that for a long time.
Okay. Could you turn to page 3-1 of this exhibit, please?
Do you happen to know the PDF number?
I apologize, I don't. It might be 181, but I would be guessing. But we could try it. Nope, I'm very wrong. Okay. I want to ask you, and maybe we can reference this if need be, but maybe we can not reference this. Isn't it true that 40-30-30 index considers water availability from storage facilities as well as seasonal runoff?
Yes, the 30%.
And you used the 40-30-30 index to develop your opinions for this rebuttal testimony, correct?
Yes, I did.
On page 6 of your testimony, CCC-SC-71, you state that you selected the time period 1995 through 2008 because it was after the Bay Delta Accord, correct?
Yes.
And the Bay Delta Accord included a Spring X2 standard, correct?
Yes.
And meeting that standard may require making releases from storage, correct?
Yes.
And the Spring X2 standard is from February to June, correct?
Yes.
But you don't show May and June in your graphs, correct?
I showed an April graph just to show that there wasn't a trend, so it wasn't really helpful, at least in showing the changes, because there was no change.
Right, but you don't have graphs for May or June.
No.
Okay.
Well, I didn't, not in my testimony, I have them.
Right. In reaching your conclusions in your testimony regarding trends, did you conduct a statistical analysis to determine if the trend was statistically significant?
In terms of my plot, say, of October X2 versus 40-30-30, I'm not even sure actually how I would do that. I mean, if it's just an XY plot, you can use linear regression. And I think I did do I did a plot earlier there that I put up about outflow divided by unimpaired flow, and I did do a linear regression of that, and it was R squared of 0.26 or something, so it wasn't significant. But with respect to the plot of October X2, it's really just something you see visually that there's a huge change.
So that was a no as to the October, and I think I heard you testify to that earlier, that it was just something you looked at, but it wasn't statistically significant.
That was with respect to the outflow divided by unimpaired flow graph, yes.
Okay. Were the State Water Project and CVP projects operating in the 1920s?
Nope. Oh, no, I think the CVP started about 1940, which was Contra Costa Canal.
So no. Is that your answer?
Not in the 1920s, right.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That was my question. Thank you. So a 1920s level of development is representative of a pre-project condition, correct?
That's a different question, isn't it? Yeah.
Pre-project meaning?
Pre-CVP, SWP, pre-project.
Okay.
But doesn't that also mean demands, that the farmers' irrigation demands and changes in habitat and forestation and things like that? Usually when you're doing level of development, you go back to talking about demands and what other diversions and losses there are.
Right, so if we're looking at a 1920s when the State Water Project and CVP projects are not online,
right,
that would be representative of a pre-project condition, correct?
Or yeah, non-CVP, non-SWP is about as much as you can say.
Okay, great. So looking at DWR 1224 revised, page 25, and figure 15, I'll wait till it gets up on the screen. Maybe. So it's actually page 25? I apparently need to work on my number enunciation. I'm learning that today. Thank you. And then if you could scroll up. This is from Dr. Hutton's testimony. And I want to ask you a question, if I could focus your attention on the top right column. And it's really difficult to see on the screen, actually. Would you like to come look at this one? Because you can actually see the gray and the lines.
I have a printout here, but even that's pretty light. Yeah.
It's much clearer on the screen if you want to come. I'll give you this chair.
That's okay. I think I can see it.
Okay.
It's basically going through the data.
Okay. So the top figure is the historical 2000 to 2009 period, correct?
Correct.
And in this figure, the black dots which are easy to see, represent the actual historic salinity, correct?
This is X2, yes, calculated Dr. Hutton's way, but it's essentially the same as the day flow way.
So those are the actual observed, correct? The black dots are the historic salinity. And the gray dots are the modeled salinity, correct? They're very difficult to see.
Right, yes.
And there's also a gray line, which on these screens is barely visible, but you can see that on your copy.
Yes.
Okay. And the gray dots are modeled salinity for years 2000 to 2009, but at the 1920 level of development, correct?
1920 level data, yes. So I assume that has no state water project, no CBP, and upstream diversions relative to 1920.
Right. And in this figure, do you see that the black historical dots are similar in magnitude to the gray 1920 level of development dots?
At least that's my eyesight. But on the right-hand side, the last two, there seems to be 1920 dots are below the actual ones.
But other than that, they're generally similar, correct?
Same location, yeah.
And in this figure, do you see that the slope of the black and gray dots are similar? It's hard to see the line, but you
Sure.
can see the slope line, yeah.
Which is similar to the way I was plotting it. You get a similar look to the data.
Okay. Was that a yes? You agreed the slope is similar?
Yes.
Doesn't this suggest that the lack of X2 variability in October is due to factors other than the state water project and CVP project operations, since the projects were not online under the 1920 level of development?
I didn't go into how Dr. Hutton developed those data, so I'm really not sure whether I agree with the gray dots, for instance. So it's hard to tell from that point of view. But and also in my testimony, I didn't necessarily say it was the fault of the State Water Project or the CVP. I just said it was seen to occur after 1995. So yeah, I'm not blaming the State Water Project and the CVP. It could be that rice farmers started doing something, but at that same time. But
Okay,
there definitely was a trend, is what my point was.
Okay, and I just want to be, well, I think that's good. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Meserve. Mr. Ruiz. And then Mr. Schutz. Are you filling in for Mr. Jackson? Oh, okay. Then Mr. Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Dr. Denton. Just a few questions, and I'm probably 5 minutes. In your conclusion slide, which I think was CCC SC 70, just to be clear, it's your opinion that there's a clear increase in X2 from your 1995 to 2008 period, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You said that the increase, I believe you said, was less pronounced during September as compared to October during that time period. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have an opinion as to why that would be the case?
I haven't really gone into detail, but what I was thinking about when I was looking at those graphs is that in the outflow data, you don't see that distinct change from September to October, but when you look at it in terms of X2, there seems to be October X2 is a big change in X2, and it may just be the cumulative effect of delta outflow that you've got a reduction in September, then you have another reduction in October, and the combination of those two reductions really kicked up fall X2, making it larger in October relative to September.
Thank you. And if this board were to approve this change petition, as incomprehensible as that may be to many of us, it's your position that fall X2 must be or should be a condition of that approval, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Same question with regard to spring X2.
The current spring X2 or the new spring outflow requirements?
Well, either.
Yeah, so spring X2 should remain, and then we have an enhancement being suggested or being implied in March, April, and May as part of the new project criteria. But I'm not sure what effect those will have.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
So, Mr. Wilk, should I consider Dr. Denton's response as being proposed criteria from Contra Costa?
No, we have a long list.
Yeah, one of many.
Any redirect?
None from
All right.
us.
Thank you, Dr. Denton. At this point, do you wish to move your exhibits into the record?
That's correct, Chair Dodek. We're going to ask that exhibits CCC-SC 70 through 76 be moved into the record.
Any objections? Not hearing any. They are accepted. Thank you, Dr. Denton. Thank you,
Thanks
Mr.
very
Wilk.
much.
All right. Candace, do you need a short break? Does anyone need a short break? If not, we will plow through and ask Ms. Desjardins to bring her witnesses up. And perhaps Ms. Desjardins could also clarify, because all the files that were uploaded to the FTP site were uploaded into the DDJ folder, I believe the hearing team's staff interpretation was that this was a DDJ panel, but I'm now to understand that it's a joint DDJ PCFFA panel.
PCFFA, I consulted with them because Dr. Jan's testimony is about salmon, and I've been working with them, and PCFFA requested to present Dr. Jan's testimony as well. Dr. Jan's testimony has both myself and Steve Volker representing PCFFA.
No, that's fine. I'm not objecting. I can't object.
Yeah.
Yes. I just want clarification, just so we're clear.
So one of the witnesses, it's Dr. Andrew Jan.
Okay.
Who's representing about salmon.
So this is a rebuttal by the parties, DDJ and PCFFA. Thank you. I just wanted to get that clear.
Except Dr. Williams is solely being presented by me, by DDJ.
Yes.
Just to be clear, we never upload into two different FTP sites. We were told not to do that. So we always just do it into one FTP site.
I'm not saying that was wrong. I just wanted to get it clear who is being represented on this panel. Because if you noticed on the chart that the staff sent out on the order of presentation, we only had DDJ classified when it should be DDJ and PCFFA. And I believe someone needs to take the oath.
Dr. Jan does. Or sorry, Dr.
You
John.
could please stand and raise your right hand. You may do it too, Dr. Williams. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth? Thank you very much. Be seated. And before they begin, are there any objections? Wow. Hurry. Begin quickly.
Dr. Jan, Dr. John is...
I'm sorry, how do we pronounce your last name?
I pronounce it John.
John, okay. Dr. John.
Is Exhibit DDJ 330 a true and correct copy of your statement of qualifications?
It is true. Do I have to push a button here? Yeah. It is true. There are some corrections to be made, however.
Okay, is Exhibit DDJ 331 a copy of your testimony?
It is a copy of my testimony, and it contains some errors.
Please state the corrections that need to be made.
Yes, on page 16, there are call-outs to some figures that appear on page 17. The call-outs to figure 4 should say figure 6, and that occurs on line 4. And the call-out on line 15 to figure 5 should be to figure 7. And on line 17, the call-out to figures 4 and 5 should say figures 6 and 7. And then on page 17, the figure labeled figure 5 should be labeled figure 7. On page 18, line 1, the citation of Michelle et al. Should say 2015, not 2018. And there's an error on page 14, where on line 22, where I say that the guidance efficiency value of 0.9 was used by Kimmerer and Zeugen-Cavallo. It was not used by Kimmerer 2008, so the Kimmerer 2008 should be crossed out on line 22. And on line 17 on that same page, where I say Gingras used estimated guidance efficiencies ranging from 0.29 to 0.81, the low value really should be 0.25. Sorry about those.
Is that all the corrections?
That's all the corrections.
Please summarize your testimony, and you can take about 14 minutes.
Okay. My name is Andrew John. I have a bachelor's degree in biological sciences from UC Davis, a PhD in biological oceanography from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. My original training in biological oceanography opened a vast area of research in the physics, chemistry, and biology of aquatic habitats. I have worked on marine, estuarine, and freshwater projects on problems ranging from oceanic fish and plankton distribution to mercury and PCB contamination in estuarine waters. Much of my career focused on entrainment of larval and adult fish in coastal power stations. In that context, I became very familiar with the statistical properties of fish abundance data, including their eggs and larvae. I published my results of that statistical work in the peer-reviewed fisheries literature. This experience, plus my lack of conflicts, qualified me to come out of retirement and work with CURE Associates on a contract with the National Marine Fisheries Service to develop a method to produce confidence limits on estimates of the loss of listed fish species, including salmon and steelhead, at the federal and state water export facilities in the South Delta. In that capacity, I became familiar with the workings of the facilities and with the underpinnings of the calculations then in use. I appear here as an objective scientist, unbeholden to anyone. I'm not looking for a job. I'm not looking for another contract. I simply want to respond to claims made by Dr. Chuck Hansen's rebuttal testimony, specifically his arguments that, quote, 2010 flow criteria report and the phase 2 technical basis report should not be accepted by this board as the best available science without further consideration of current science. I will show that Hansen's own analysis of old data are substandard and that his citations of the work of others are in some cases misleading. Based on my own review of the currently used calculations using salvaged fish data and poorly documented parameters to estimate loss, I conclude that the estimates are biased low, and therefore that recent estimates of population level effects of the exports cited by Hansen are also biased low. The deficits in the research underpinning the calculations include poor documentation of guidance system efficiency estimates, paucity of efficiency estimates based on Chinook salmon smolt and fry, very limited data on pre-screen loss of salmon at SWP, no data on pre-screen loss data of salmon at the CVP. And then arbitrary choices of these parameters in the official regulatory documents and in the unpublished literature. Could we show page 10 of my testimony, please?
Exhibit DDJ 331.
Okay, thanks. So the top panel there shows Chuck Hansen's analysis of survival. This is 30-day mean export versus 30-day mean export volume. And it shows a kind of sort of messy looking scatter plot with a fairly flat slope and a very low R-squared value, which means there's a lot of uncertainty in the regression. On the bottom panel on the same page, I've shown my reanalysis of data from the same.
I'm sorry, could we scroll down, Mr. Hunt, so we can see the full graph?
Yeah, now here you see a reanalysis of the same data, but rather than use the volume of the exports alone, I've used the ratio of the exports to the amount of inflow to the delta. This is a little more responsive to the hypothesis stated in my testimony, or restated in my testimony, that it's the combination of the two, the inflows and the exports, that is creating the negative flows in OMR, and that's leading to mortality at the pumps. On the same vein, Hansen's analysis of salvage versus flow are not valid because of the high proportion of zeros in the data, and his approach to that is too simple. My approach here is still too simple, but it's better than his. Kimmerer in 2008, some of these data are actually, some of Kimmerer's data are actually more recent than those used by Hansen, but his analysis was a lot more refined. He showed, maybe we can show that on, what page would that be? Yes, on page 11. In Kimmerer's analysis, he took the time to pull out data, flow data from times when there weren't any fish around. And he also attempted to show that there might be a difference between the hatcheries, between the releases for the two hatcheries up on the Sacramento River. So these are refinements that are absent from Hansen's analysis. I don't think that Kimmerer actually found a significant difference between the two hatcheries, but he thought that there probably would be if more data became available. Let's see, I was going to read a little bit from page 14, if I may. Okay, this is related to the pre-screen loss estimates. The loss calculations are messier than they need to be, but for historical reasons, they look at the efficiency of the plant as separate from the pre-screen loss, that is the number of fish that disappear before they even get to the screens, which aren't really screens, and then they add those, or they multiply those two together. One problem is that they're not independent to begin with. You cannot estimate pre-screen loss without an estimate of the efficiency of the fish guidance system. So on page 14, I point out that these estimates are made by just releasing fish within Clifton Court forebay. There's plenty of reason to not to believe that this increased predation just starts at the gates. The principal predators, striped bass and the birds, can move back and forth And there should be some studies done to determine some range of area around both facilities where predation is increased. If we could show page 17. Okay, in Hansen's testimony, he showed a very weak relationship between group survival and Sacramento flow, and I found this odd because in the file that we got from DWR, there was a rather strong relationship. Hansen's graph used data that are not in the file. He used a 14-day average for reasons of his own. But I found that curious because I got twice the R-square value that he got, which means I got half the uncertainty that he got in this relationship between group survival and Sacramento River flow. I should back up and tell you that the group survival in this case means the combined survival estimates from several multiple tag groups that were released on the same day. So there's fewer data points in this graph than there were in the ones that I showed previously. And finally, I wanted to note that there is an emphasis on sort of variability and lack of certainty in Hansen's testimony that's even kind of enhanced by some of the way he cites the literature. For example, in his citation of Michelle, the results of Michelle et al. In 2015, he points to their reporting of a heightened survival rate in the delta versus the river, but their definition of the delta wasn't what we're all talking about. They were defining a delta region which includes the main channel of the Sacramento River over that length of river. And what they say in their text actually contradicts that. When they scaled their survival estimates, survival, to survival per 10 kilometers, they said this: survival rate on a reach-by-reach basis was quite variable. During the first 4 years of the study, the upper river reaches had some of the lowest survival per 10 kilometers, and the lower reaches of the river had the highest. The delta was comparable to the upper river, and the San Francisco and Suisun Bays had the lowest survival rates. So in other words, survival values per 10 kilometers in their delta region, even with the Sacramento River included, were the lowest of any part of the study area other than the bays. And further on that page 19, as a counter argument to the expectation that high river flows should increase survival, Hansen cites a report of Buchanan et al. 2018, which was done on the San Joaquin system of 2% survival. And it's really odd because on the very same page of his testimony, he shows a value of in the Sacramento River in 2011 of greater than 15% survival in the Sacramento River, where, of course, the majority of the outmigrants migrate. So these kind of things are emphasizing uncertainty over information. And I'd also like to read to you, if I may, a quotation from the Commission, the U.S. Commission on Ocean Policy, and this is on page 18 of my testimony. And these are rather serious folks. They include admirals, vice admirals, ex-Department of the Interior leader. And they say, in contrast to the precautionary principle, the Commission recommends adoption of a more balanced precautionary approach that weighs the level of scientific uncertainty and the potential risk of damage as part of every management decision. Such an approach can be explained as follows. And before I get to that, I want to note that Peter Moyle, who's referenced in virtually everybody's testimony on these topics, has noted that the winter run salmon is critically endangered and in immediate risk of extinction. The precautionary approach to ensure this sustainability of ecosystems for the benefit of future as well as current generations, decision makers should follow a balanced precautionary approach, applying judicious and responsible management practices based on the best available science on a proactive rather than reactive policies. Where threats of serious or irreversible damage exist, lack of scientific certainty shall not be used as a justification for postponing action. And that's not a scientific point. That's a point for all of us to consider. It's whether these the mortalities caused by these diversions are of a significant difference to society is really up to you folks to decide. The 2010 flow criteria provide reasonable and prudent measures to protect the viability of salmonids, including winter run, a valuable resource that is considered by experts to be an immediate risk of extinction. Some estimates of population level incremental mortality of winter run salmon approach estimates of mortality caused by the mixed stock ocean fisheries. Though these estimates are uncertain, it would be shameful to witness the extinction of this species through inaction while awaiting further study. A precautionary approach to conservation of winter run salmon should entail a balanced program of proactive flow criteria, research and management options that give fair weight to the high risk of extinction of winter run, while studies are performed to increase understanding of flow issues and reduce uncertainty of water export direct and indirect mortality. A West Coast salmon fishery has also been in decline and cannot wait for future studies. A precautionary approach would implement protective criteria to rebuild stocks to withstand the impacts of climate change. That ends my testimony.
Thank you. Dr. Williams, is Exhibit DDJ 340 a true and correct copy of your testimony?
Yes.
Can you turn on your mic? Okay, please summarize your testimony.
Good afternoon. Dr. Tom Williams. I have already submitted my qualifications under DDJ 162, and this is my rebuttal testimony. Okay, the summary. The July 2018, seismic activities, engineering and design. The July 2018 conceptual engineering report documents that the Department of Water Resources is now designing the delta tunnels to withstand a maximum considered earthquake, as defined by the American Society of Engineering and Civil Engineers. This is consistent with recommendation of mine in part 1. So it's improved. Since CER states that seismic activity or seismic criteria are still in change, I still recommend that the board put this requirement in the permit. New seismic review of the tunnel liner performance.
Appendix M, the seismic review of the tunnel linear performance, assumes that tunnels are bored in soils that are very dense to rock. The delta soils at the tunnel depths, based upon available information that I've seen, is much softer than very dense to rock. So there's a basic assumption that appears to be invalid and may jeopardize the entire section and discussion of rock versus sediment. The geotechnical information is still scant, to say the least. The CER states that the delta soils below 60 feet are very stiff to hard, but based upon the borings, there aren't that many borings going below 60 feet. So we're quite concerned about that. The geotechnical data referred to in the administrative draft supplemental EIR shows that the soils at the depth of the tunnels is only soft to stiff, not very hard and very dense to rock. So we have some internal complications there. The new liquefaction in Appendix M concludes that liquefaction risk is low. A previous analysis assumed much higher peak ground accelerations, found that there could be substantial continuous liquefaction down to 100 feet below surface or more. So we're faced with, on one side, we have very stiff to rock. On the other side, we have liquefiable material. Because the soil in the delta are liquefiable, the clay may be plastic. A class of F seismic analysis with the specific seismic responses is likely required. We need more information. Seepage. We've gone over seepage before, but given the known geotechnical issues and the seepage problems that are in the vicinity of the new Byron track forebay, the board should require a peer review and substantial more information of the proposed methods for seepage control, especially in the construction of the forebay. The south tunnels pass near the Clifton Court forebay embankments. There's a problem. The tunneling may affect the forebay embankments. It could affect the integrity of the embankments, causing uncontrolled release of water due to ground movement caused by the tunneling. The geotechnical data that we do have shows silts and silty clays. Silts, difficult to tunnel in, and are known to be subject to running during tunnel boring. Plastic clays can exhibit squeezing, movement, expansion during tunnel boring. Both can be causes of loss of ground, that is, subsidence. I recommend permit terms and conditions be required for the risk of tunnel boring in the vicinity of the Clifton Court forebay embankments. Okay, the changes. There have been some changes made. Thank you for some, not enough for others. So I'll cover the changes in the project in Appendix 3 of the Administrative Draft Supplemental EIR-EIS and deficiencies in the analysis of other sections of the supplemental EIR. Changes to the project constituting a new regulatory reservoir, Byron Track forebay, instead of modifying the Clifton Courts. The draft states a new forebay located at Byron Track would be constructed instead of dividing, dredging, and expanding of Clifton Forebay. The Byron Track Forebay would be constructed on an area that was proposed for the RTM storage under the approved project. Well, the supplemental EIR does not quantify the amount of borrow fill that is needed for those embankments and others. This is buried in the conceptual engineering report, CER. The failure to quantify is a problem that disguises the fact that there's maybe a very large amount of borrow material that needs to be excavated, transported, and placed. So we're quite concerned regarding the entire cut and fill operations, especially related to the Byron Track Forebay. So soil maps are interesting. They would be better if they were based on actual borings in the excavation areas, but we'll go with what we have. Soil maps show a thick organic deposits over much of the delta, as most of the farmers know. The soil maps in the supplemental EIR should have been cross-referenced with specifications for what is good borrow material. What are the good sites? From the conceptual engineering report, that was the start. In addition, Water Resources has available a lot of borings that have not been circulated, and I would assume that there are existing borings for other engineering projects, including the conceptual engineering report. The borrow area geotechnical report from Delta Storage Program, as well as other sets of borings, could provide this information and provide us with a generalized location of where the reclamation materials will be sourced and how far they are from the areas where they will be placed. So we have one new element also, that reusable tunnel material from the tunnel borings could be used to reclaim the borrow pits. However, that has not been indicated or clarified as to where it's going to come from, which shaft, what treatment it will have, and who's going to transport it and place it, and might say manage it, landscape it, modify it, so as to provide a suitable remediation of the borrow sites. When you start talking about taking material out of the delta, the first thing is major emissions regarding hazardous materials. There's been a lot of stuff in the delta for a long time. The supplemental EIR, while there are tests for the toxic constituents in the tunnel muck, there's been no testing of what could be expected from potential borrow sites. And the tests of delta channel soils would indicate, not document for a particular borrow, that we could get lots of metals, DDT, DDE, and some PCBs. There's been no analysis of emissions of sulfides from the rich organic putrefied composted topsoil of the potential borrow sites and how deep it will go. Avoiding any significant impacts from underseepage, as indicated by a previous speaker. Our borrow overburden toxic constituents would require trucking, barging of most of the borrow fill for parts from other parts of the project in the delta. This would mean barges, traffic analysis, is needed in the supplemental EIR, and associated air quality emissions from such traffic must be included also. So, that summarizes a lot of pages.
All right, thank you. Does that conclude your direct?
Yes, it does.
All right, let's take a short break for the court reporter while the department set up for cross-examination. We will return at 3:30. right, it is 3:30. We are back, and Ms. Ainsley, you may begin your cross.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Julianne Ainsley. I'm here for the Department of Water Resources. I have questions for both Dr. John and for Dr. Williams. I'd like to start with Dr. John.
Okay.
Am I pronouncing that right, sir?
Sounds about right to me.
Is it? Okay.
Close enough.
Dr. John, did you draft your testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you get any assistance with that?
I got some assistance in some rearrangements, yes.
And by rearrangements, what do you mean?
To make it flow better, I wasn't familiar with the hearing process and all that, so I just, my initial cut at it was just as a technical response to Hanson's statements.
And I'm going to jump right in. And your testimony is DDJ 331. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Well, if it makes you feel better, I asked them as well. Do you have a copy of your testimony in front of you, sir?
Yes, I do.
And can we bring that up, Mr. Hunt? And I only have a few questions, but if at any time you need to read more of your testimony or read in context, just let me know. Are you familiar with the Perry et al. 2018 study?
Yes, I am.
And to make sure that we're on the same page, can we, actually, I apologize, Mr. Hunt, can we pull up DWR 1368? And while he's doing that, Dr. John, I believe that this is not a study that you cited in your paper. Is that correct, or in your testimony?
Well, if I didn't cite it, then it's one with which I'm not familiar, but it sounds familiar to me. That's the tagged
Let's take a
late
look.
fall
It's
run
on the,
salmon.
if you can see that it's on the screen in front of you, does that refresh your recollection? Flow-mediated effects on travel time, routing, and survival of juvenile Chinook salmon in a spatially complex, tidally influenced something delta,
All right, okay.
forced river delta.
The answer to your first question then is no. I haven't read that report.
You are not familiar with Perry et al. 2018?
The Perry et al.
I'm sorry, sir, the article on the screen.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Is it your understanding that this was cited by Dr. Hanson in his testimony? Are you familiar with Dr. Hanson's testimony, which is DWR 1223 revised?
I am.
And did you read the references cited by Dr. Hanson in his report regarding flow-mediated effects?
I didn't read them all. I read the references that seemed to be the most salient to his arguments.
And so you, so do you have any understanding of whether there's been recent study looking at the extent to which within reach survival contributes to the overall flow survival relationship?
It seemed to me that the Michelle paper, 2015, and the Perry et al. Paper, which I think was 2010, addressed those issues.
But you're not aware of this more recent research, is that correct?
That's correct.
Move on, okay. And is it your understanding that more recent research has concluded that riverine reaches exhibit high survival at all levels of inflow?
I'm not sure I would say that.
And you're not aware of similar recent research that demonstrates that tidal reaches had lower but constant survival rates with respect to inflow?
No, I'm not familiar with that either.
And in fact, that recent research demonstrates that it is only the transitional zones from bidirectional tidal flows to unidirectional flow that demonstrate a positive relationship to inflow.
I have an objection to this question as vague about what studies she's referring to that have these conclusions.
Ms. Ainsley?
Dr. Hansen testified extensively about the flow relationship to survival of salmonids. He cited these studies in his testimony, and what I'm asking...
sorry, when you say these studies...
He cited Perry et al. 2018 and studies that sort of build up to that point, as well as his own research.
I'm sorry, you said he cited to Perry 2018?
Dr. Hansen cited two studies regarding and supporting his conclusions on flow relationships with survival of salmonids from the Sacramento, San Joaquin,
Dr. Hansen, not Dr. John.
Dr. Hansen did. And so Dr. John just testified that he cited a Mitchell et al. 2015, and I believe he said he cited Perry et al. 2010, and I'm asking him whether he's aware of the results of more research on the flow relationships and those findings. He did say that he was unaware of the Perry et al. 2018 study cited by Dr. Hansen.
And these would be studies cited by Dr. Hansen in his rebuttal testimony?
These were cited by Dr. Hansen in his DWR 1223 revised rebuttal testimony.
To which Dr. John
is here specifically to rebut.
Okay.
Or surrebut.
Surrebut, yes. Ms. Meserve.
I would just add that it's vague when she's reading the conclusion from a specific study and she hasn't even pulled up that study to show Dr. John what it is she's referring to. It's impossible for him to answer.
I appreciate, Ms. Ainsley, that you're trying to expedite this, but I think it'll be helpful to all of us to make that connection between your question and the citation in Dr. Hansen's rebuttal testimony to which Dr. John is responding.
So the testimony I'm discussing is Perry et al. 2018, which is the sort of the culminating study. He said that he was not aware of this specific study. I was asking him whether he was aware of these recent conclusions more generally, and he was saying that he was not.
Correct, Ms. Ainsley. So because he's not aware of, he's not familiar with the studies and the results of that study.
Asked and answered.
I'm ready to move on. I just was
move on.
closing the door on
okay.
that topic. And then, Dr. John, I'd like to look at some of the figures in your testimony. Looking at your figure on page 10, this would be figure 3 of your testimony, which is DDJ 331. Could you go to that page, please? And it's up ahead of us on the screen. Do you have that in front of you? And looking at figure 3, this is your near reproduction of Dr. Hansen's regression, is that correct?
That's right.
And your testimony was that Dr. Hansen's relationship had a very low R squared, which is indicative of lots of uncertainty. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, that was Dr. Hansen's conclusion, was that the low R squared demonstrated a weak relationship. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And looking at figure 3 here with an R squared of 0.01, do you see that in your figure 3?
Yes.
And indeed, does that not mean that this analysis fails to explain approximately 98% of the variability in the data?
His does, yes.
And then looking below at your figure 4, if I understand correctly, this is where you've added in the export inflow, or the inflow ratio, is that correct?
That's right.
And here the R squared is 0.1197, is that correct?
Yes.
And so this relationship fails to explain approximately 88% of the variability in this data set, is that correct?
Yes.
Similarly, moving on to page 17 and looking at your figures on page 17. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
I do.
Similarly, these two figures also have very low R-square values. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Again, showing that most of the data is unexplained by the relationship.
Most of the errors most of the variance in the data is unexplained by the relationship, yes.
And would you categorize these as weak relationships?
Yes, I would. But I think they're coherent.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They're coherent. You can, the reanalysis of the group survival and the transit time in these graphs are both more coherent than their versions in the Hansen testimony. My point here is not that what I've done is the best way to analyze the data, but simply to show that Hansen's analysis has left some stones unturned.
In fact, you're doing that by comparing the differences in the R-squared values. Is that correct?
That's right.
Looking at your figure 7, though, it still fails to explain more than 90% of the variability in the data. Is that correct?
That's right. I made clear in my testimony that that the file that I had to work with didn't allow for making a reasonable estimate of transit time, but that the one I used was a little more explanatory than the one that Dr. Hansen used.
Do you report the p-values for your graphs?
I didn't report them. I looked them up. I don't think the one in figure 7 is significant, but certainly the one in figure 6 is.
I have no further questions for Dr. John. I'd like to shuffle my papers and pull out my materials for Dr. Williams. Thank you, Dr. John.
You're welcome.
And sir, if you have anything to add, your attorneys can redirect you after I conclude my cross. Good afternoon, Dr. Williams.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. I believe we chatted in part 1. And sir, I'd just like to confirm some answers that you gave me in part 1, just as a build up to the questions I'm going to ask you specifically about your analysis in your testimony here. You are not a professionally registered engineer, that's correct?
I am not a state of California certified engineer.
Are you licensed in any other state as a professional
No,
engineer?
I am not. I am retired.
I have an objection. The Department of Water Resources was able to explore Dr. Williams' qualifications, was exhibited as Exhibit DDJ 162 in Part 1. And this is a rebuttal, and this is repetitive.
Yes, Ms. Ainsley did caveat at the beginning that she's asking some foundational question to lead up to specific questions with respect to the Sir rebuttal testimony.
That's correct. I only have one more question on this line, and then I later have a question about specific testing that's done in this. And sir, let me make sure I'm looking at the right thing. You are also not a registered geotechnical engineer or a registered hydrogeologist, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And looking at your testimony, which is DDJ 340, so quickly. And if we could go to page 6 of your testimony, if you have that in front of you.
Yes, I do. Which
And looking about halfway down the page, do you see the sentence that starts with assuming?
Yes.
And could you read that sentence? I don't want to read it into the record.
Assuming the
Oh,
soil.
just- I'm sorry, to
Just
yourself.
read it, not out loud.
Sorry.
Trying to learn something after all these years. Mini me.
Yes.
And is it your understanding that that seismic parameter was based on a site response analysis performed near the Clifton Court forebay?
For the forebay, yes.
And have you ever done a site response analysis?
I have not done a site analysis for this.
And is it typical in a site, but you are familiar with site response analysis generally?
Yes.
And when you say for this, what do you mean for this?
For the forebay and or the specifics of the southern end of the Sacramento Delta.
Okay, to make sure it's clear, you have not done a site response analysis in the Delta in connection with your testimony for the California WaterFix, is that correct?
Correct.
But you are familiar with site response analyses?
Yes.
Have you performed site response analyses for other projects?
And the UAE outside of the state of California.
And is it your understanding that it's typical to consider the data collected in the immediate vicinity of the site you're working with?
Yes.
And can we turn to the next page and focus on your table 3-5? I guess it's probably our table 3-5, which you've reproduced here. And just so we don't have to pull up a lot of maps, is it your understanding that the soil boring that was collected near the Clifton Court forebay is the bottom row of that chart, table 3-5, which would be DCRA DH 024? Is that correct?
024, yes.
So we're both focused on the last row of that chart, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, based on your experience with site response analysis, is it your understanding, or do you have well, let me back up. Do you have experience with triaxial shear strength tests?
Myself, specifically, no.
So you have not performed that sort of testing specifically?
I personally have not performed that. I've been around them.
Do you have an understanding of what is meant by an unconsolidated, undrained triaxial test?
Yes, in general, yes.
And similarly, do you have an understanding of what I mean by an unconfined compressive strength test?
Compacted?
Unconfined compressive strength test.
Yeah, generally, yes.
Have you performed an unconfined compressive strength test?
No, I personally have not.
And is it your understanding that these are two different tests performed pursuant to two different ASTM standards?
Yes.
And isn't it correct, per your understanding, that sorry, these names are difficult, that the unconsolidated, undrained triaxial test is performed with confining pressure? Is that correct?
I'm not familiar. Confining.
How about the unconfined compressing strength test? Are you aware of that is performed with any confining pressure?
Generally, no.
No, it's not, or you're not aware?
I'm not aware.
So you are not aware, you're aware that these tests are performed differently pursuant to different standards, but you are not aware of the differences between these two tests?
Of the details of the operations, especially now.
Could you explain to me how the two tests are operated differently?
Confined? No, I cannot right now.
I have an objection as to relevance. This is the data that the supplemental EIR, EIS referred to. And if the Department of Water Resources wants to question what data their own soil testers referred to, it would be more appropriate to do that.
I believe Ms. Ainsley is trying to ascertain Dr. Williams' understanding of these tests.
Yes, and the fact that he is the one critiquing our use of one particular test, but using a different test. So my next question is, Dr. Williams, looking at the bottom row of table 3-5, do you see that, sir?
3-5 or?
It's on page
Yeah.
7. It's the one we've been focusing on. It might be clearer to see on the screen there. So looking at table...
24.
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead. Are you ready?
For 024?
Yes. Looking at the bottom row for boring sample source 024, do you see in the far right column under remarks that the test used was the UU test?
A UU test. I'm not familiar with it.
So is it your understanding that this is actually the unconsolidated, undrained triaxial compression test?
Generally, yes.
So it's your understanding that those values in that chart were results of the UU test?
Of the UU test and the CU test.
Sir, can you point out to, let's talk specifically about boring 24, which is the bottom row. Is it your understanding that the results in the bottom row of that table were calculated using the UU test, which I'm going to represent is the unconsolidated, undrained triaxial compression test?
Correct.
Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
And so it is your understanding that this was not performed, those numbers were not gained using the compressive strength test?
Correct.
And you, hold on. So the C values there, the total stress, do you see the C values in pounds per square foot? And in our bottom row there, it's 2,000 is the value. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is a number that is from the unconsolidated, undrained, the UU test. Is that correct?
Correct.
And since this test was performed, and I'll represent to you that the UU test is performed with confining pressure.
Objection.
Answer my
Last
question.
Hold on. I don't have a question asked yet, so let her finish her question.
I'm actually going to rephrase it. It was getting awkward to begin with.
Under the CU test. All right.
Under the UU test, which is what was done to create the 2,000 pounds per square foot, this was performed using an unconfined test. Is that your understanding?
All right. Yes.
Under pressure. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was an unconsolidated, undrained triaxial test, correct? We've established that? Yet you report that the C value is the unconfined compressive strength. Do you see that on the same page, number 7?
That's second to last sentence on page 7.
No. Yep. Yes.
Isn't it true, however, that the C values for an unconsolidated, undrained triaxial test is actually the shear strength and not the unconfined compressive strength? Is that your understanding of the unconsolidated, undrained
Right now, I'm
triaxial
unsure.
test?
Hold on. I didn't hear the answer, Dr. Williams.
I am unsure.
You're unsure whether the 2,000 total stress C value in the last row of table 3-5 is the shear strength or the unconfined compressive strength?
Unconfined progressive. Progressive?
Compressive.
Compressive. Oh. I'm unsure.
And isn't it true that the unconfined compressive strength cannot be measured using the UU test?
I believe that's correct.
But here in your testimony, you took that C value and represented it as the unconfined compressive strength. Is that correct?
I don't see where.
It's just below the chart. It's the couple lines of testimony below your table 3-5.
I believe so. All right.
And is it your understanding that that is now incorrect?
I believe so.
So in fact, if you agreed with me that that was perhaps incorrect, that C value is not the unconfined compressive strength value, correct?
Yes.
If we look back a page onto page 6, and we look at table 20.3-1, site classification, and if the C value is 2,000 pounds per square foot, do you see how that falls into site class C, very dense soil and soft rock?
Yes.
Okay. And so your conclusion that the shear strength is 1,000 was based on your conclusion that the C value was the unconfined compressive strength. Is that correct?
I was also looking at the other C values, but I guess so, yes.
Let me look at the remainder of my questions and see if I have anything else. All right, I'd like to ask just maybe two more questions. Looking at page 23 of your testimony.
23. Yes.
And do you see the testimony that it says that is it true that sediments in Clifton Court forebay could be contaminated?
It would be my consideration, yes.
And just to confirm, it's your understanding that the California WaterFix project as now proposed does not include any dredging of the Clifton Court forebay. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then moving on to my last topic, which is page 26. Where you talk about effects of placing tunnel muck in the borrow pits.
Yes.
Can we call up, Mr. Hunt, DWR 207?
The what? Oh.
And can we go to page 13?
Can we establish what this is?
Pardon me. This is obviously the reusable tunnel material testing report, March 2014. Dr. Williams, are you familiar with this report?
I have read it, yes.
Can we go on to page 13? And can we maybe zoom out a little? And are you familiar with this flow chart?
I remember seeing the flow chart. I can't see it now.
Yeah, I can't see it either. I forgot my glasses. To the extent you can see it,
Yeah.
do you see how it notes that all tunnel material, dredge material, and construction spoils are going to be tested for hazardous material?
Yes, I understand that.
And that any tested hazardous material will be sent to a landfill?
Sent to a proper landfill, yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Ainsley. I believe next up is Ms. Meserve. Do we know whether Mr. Ruiz intend to return to conduct cross? He is not. So then, do we know whether Mr. Keeling will return to conduct cross? So then Mr. Schutz will get your passing as well. All right. I guess you guys don't want to stay until 6 o'clock tonight.
It was a lovely offer.
Do we have to come back on Friday?
Not if we finish the cross and any redirect or recross.
Please, please.
All right, Ms. Meserve, you are our remaining cross. That didn't come out right.
At least I'm not standing between anyone and lunch. I just have a few questions for Dr. John as well as Dr. Williams regarding a couple of points in their testimony. No, I should be okay with the 15 minutes. I'll start out with Dr. Williams since he's warmed up. Let's see. On pages, and I'm OSHA Meserve, I represent local agencies of the North Delta. And
I'm looking, Dr. Williams, at pages 14 and 15 of your testimony where you discuss the barofill areas. And my question is, given your understanding of the subsurface water levels in many delta islands, would you think that the barofill sites would be likely to fill with water?
Oh, yes.
And would you have any concerns about those pits filling with water?
Yes.
What are those?
They would.
What would your concerns be if they filled with water?
Water and whatever was seeping out of the ground surrounding them, yes, in the groundwater.
So are you concerned that the excavation of those borrow pits could lead to transport of hazardous materials, for instance?
I would be quite concerned about them, both from the fact that the overburden would most likely be unusable for fill and would be stored somewhere on the site, and any leachate from that would pass through into the underlying groundwater and eventually into the borrow pit itself.
On page 26 of your testimony, you talk about the effects of placement of tunnel muck in borrow pits. And you refer to page 46 of the ITP. And maybe if we could, Mr. Hunt, bring that up. That's SWRCB 107.
46 or 45?
You reference both.
Okay, yeah, it goes on 2 pages, the requirements pertaining to the pits.
Okay.
And it's PDF page 46 also. And if we go, yes, on to 46, I think, is that 45? Okay, so looking at, I think you were referring in your testimony to the 4th bullet down that mentions an impervious liner?
Yes.
In your testimony? Yes. And what's your understanding of the term impervious in this context?
10 to the minus 16th centimeters per second.
And that was 10 to the minus 16th?
16 centimeters per second. Permeability of the material.
So, in your experience, is there such a thing as impervious, where there is no flow at all?
Effectively, 10 to the minus 16 is accepted by EPA and others for hazardous material storage.
But the ITP doesn't actually give a numeric value, does it?
At least I have used, might say, 1/8 inch Gundel HDPE liners on the entire subway system of downtown LA. And it was considered to be impervious at the time. Again, it's a matter as to a liner needs to be there and must be resilient to the chemicals that are going to be exposed, and effectively it has to be impervious. If 10 to the minus 13, I think it is, centimeters per second is a very, very long time.
You had, I think, just to clarify, you're saying 10 to the minus 13 is what you would consider?
Hold on, I can hear the objection now, but I'll let Ms. Ainsley voice it.
Yes, I'm saying that this is wandering beyond the scope. He indeed, on page 26, mentions impervious material in the citation to the ITP, that an impervious material is required, but at no point did he provide testimony about impervious material standards and what would be expected of the Cal WaterFix.
I believe his testimony was focused on its relation to the groundwater table. Was that
Well, if materials are going to be placed on top of it,
yes.
that's one thing. If it's surrounding, might say it's the same thing.
Yes.
Just to isolate whatever is going to be in there.
Thank you. Yes, that was the extent of his testimony. So the objection is sustained.
I believe the question was answered, so as long as you're not saying anything stricken, correct? He stated his understanding of what impervious meant, which was what I was looking for.
You were going for a more specific number there, Ms. Meserve, which
No,
is why Ms. Ainsley objected. So let's move on.
Well, the reason I asked the question was actually he had said 10 to the minus 16 in his initial response, and then later he said 10 to the minus 13. So I was just trying to
13,
determine which number he intended to use.
Whichever number it is outside the scope of his testimony. Unless, Dr. Williams, you can point me to where in your testimony you discuss the imperviousness.
I did not define impervious.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions for Dr. Johns. Looking first in your testimony, Dr. Johns, at
It's John, there's
John,
no
I'm
S.
sorry, I'm the one who messed it up. Huh? Okay. On page 14, line 11, you refer to 8 experiments that were discussed in the Gringus study.
Gingras, yes.
And why do you feel those studies were insufficient?
The work was done by a number of authors. It was just summarized by Gingras. There are only 8 experiments that look at salmon. In those experiments, there were 9 different values of the efficiency of the plant used to calculate the pre-screen loss. Some of those values, one of those values was as low as 0.25. Nobody knows what value ought to be used. There haven't been enough repetitions of the efficiency of the plant to guide fish so that any particular number can be chosen. And so his estimates of pre-screen mortality, even though they resulted in about 85% loss before the animals even get to the trash racks, there was, I think, an insufficient number of repetitions. Some of the methods are a little bit suspect. The fish weren't counted in all cases. They were weighed, and the number of fish were sort of extrapolated from that. There's a lot in there that hasn't been explained in Gingras's report, and no one, including myself, has burrowed down to the reports upon which his summary is based.
And also on page 14, lines 14 and 15, you recommend new work to simplify the expansion calculation. Is that new work, is that something that has been undertaken, or do you know the status?
The Bureau of Reclamation responded to National Marine Fisheries about that, and they agreed with some of my recommendations, but that one they disagreed with. They didn't explain their basis of their disagreement. They simply asserted that in order to do what I suggested, they would have to shut down the plant entirely, and that makes no sense to me. And I think it's just stonewalling.
Are you saying they said you would have to shut down diversions in order to do the tests? Is that what?
Yeah, they didn't try to explain themselves in the letter.
So the response you received didn't
you didn't believe was explanatory?
The response was made to the National Marine Fisheries Service, and it wasn't to me. And I was no longer under contract with anybody, so I stayed out of it. But I haven't seen any evidence that the National Marine Fisheries Service responded to that first point in the letter from Bureau Rec.
Could we hold on a second, please? The gong sound has stopped. Okay. I didn't know if that was an emergency. All right. All right. Sorry.
On the following page, page 15, line 16, you're discussing the losses at the existing facilities still. And you mentioned giving the track records of DWR and especially the Bureau, you wouldn't think this will ever happen. And I'm wondering, what track records are you talking about?
I'm having a little trouble with my papers here. Oh, here we go. Page 15, you said?
Yeah, it's on page 15, and then the paragraph begins at line 9, but the track record comment is on line 16.
Oh, yeah. Well, all the way back to 2006, Williams recommended that they questioned the validity of the pre-screen loss estimates, and noted, I think he also noted at that time that there were no pre-screen loss estimates at the federal project, the CVP, and he suggested at that time that those things should be done better and produce some more valid estimates.
But why do you think they'll never happen?
I have seen reports from the Bureau of Reclamation where there are scatter plots with no scatter. They just write a regression line and an equation. I asked the author why that was, and he told me his boss told him to take out the data points. I have been stonewalled by the suggestions that I made, a lot of them, and I just think that the management there is too much in charge of the science.
And do you think that would be a risk with the proposed project that's the subject of this petition?
I think if you're going to do
please.
studies...
Hold on. Ms. Sheehan is running up to the microphone.
I would object as to vague. I don't know what the questioner is referencing. I believe she said that. Could you please clarify the question?
Ms. Ainsley?
Just to add, I also believe that he is not presenting an opinion as to the California WaterFix as to this project. His testimony is confined to critiquing Dr. Hansen's testimony on existing conditions. So I believe if I heard Ms. Meserve's question correctly, she was asking about a risk in terms of this project.
Ms. Meserve, would you like to clarify your question? I didn't say restate, I just said clarify.
Yes, I think I could ask it as a hypothetical question.
Try asking.
Okay. So, Dr. John, you stated concern here about the studies never happening because of the track record that you're familiar with of the Bureau and DWR. With respect to if the DWR and the Bureau had different facilities in the Delta, does your understanding of their track record for conducting the kinds of studies you're discussing here on page 15, would you have any confidence that those studies would be conducted?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to any other facilities in the Delta that they might construct. I think that's an incomplete hypothetical that's vague and ambiguous. Yes, it's also vague and ambiguous as to what studies and then, or what type of studies. And then also, this is beyond the scope of Dr. John's testimony, frankly, to opine on impacts of potential future facilities. even in the context of a hypothetical, which I understand is now trying to get around asking about the California WaterFix. His testimony is on existing conditions and critique of Dr. Hansen's testimony.
Ms. Meserve, your response?
What my understanding of his testimony is that he is also opining as to the ability and willingness of the DWR and the Bureau to undertake studies of their facilities. So I am asking him as an expert about that impression he has as might be applied to a different facility than is discussed here.
And specifically, he's testifying about pre-screen indirect mortality related to the pumps.
I understand what he is testifying to, Ms. Ainsley. I also understand Ms. Meserve's line of questioning in applying his understanding and his experience with respect to these studies to other studies that our petitioners have committed to conducting as part of the petition before us. So I'm overruling your objection, but I will say it will go towards weight. Ms. Meserve.
And I'd like to add then lack of foundation regarding his knowledge of whatever hypothetical we're now going to go into our facilities.
She did ask him a question about what he meant by track record, so she has established the foundation such as it was. Do you need to have the question repeated by this time, Dr. John?
I think that would be a good idea.
Yes. Ms. Meserve, if I might, Dr. John, based on your experience, given your testimony here on line 16, would you have any concerns about DWR and the Bureau completing studies as committed to during this process, if you are familiar with any of those commitments? I think that's what you were trying to get at, Ms. Meserve.
Yes, I think it's not particular to, it doesn't need to, I understand the scope of the testimony, and yeah, I don't think it needs to be particular to specific studies. It's just studies like the ones he's commented on here would be the only modification I would make to the way you phrased it.
So just the study, just those studies then?
And just for the record, I know it's always risky to object to a judge or hearing officer's question, but we do have to protect the record. My objection is there's a lack of foundation to that question because this witness, other than mentioning before that he talked to one unnamed person at the Bureau, has not laid a foundation as to how he would have knowledge about whether DWR or the Bureau would do anything.
Understood, which is why it'll go to weight. At this time, I don't think Dr. John even remembers the question anymore. Ms. Meserve, you want to try again?
Would it be helpful to rephrase it again, Dr. John, or is...
No, I don't think so. I mean, I agree. I'm not a psychologist. I just have seen what's been happening. These guys have been operating at Bureau Rec for, 60 years, and they still don't know what pre-screen loss is. If you think they're ever going to know to study that without being forced, I think you're delusional. And so that's my opinion. That's not science. That's just what I've observed.
And we will give it the proper weight. Ms. Meserve.
And just to clarify the weight we might afford it, how many years of experience do you have working with the Bureau and the Department of Water Resources?
About one.
Sorry?
Oh, the answer is only, I'm sorry. Mr. Berliner, what is your objection?
Objection as to relevance of this question. Again, there's no foundation, no perspective. Whatever time he may or may not have spent working with the Bureau, there's no quality added to that as to in what respect. I could go on.
Goes to weight. And I believe, Dr. Johns, your answer was 1 year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Going to page 20 of your testimony, you're discussing the winter run Chinook, and you pose a question about whether the second question, whether the 2010 Delta flow criteria are clearly overprotective. When you think of the 2010 Delta flow criteria, what's the geographic extent of those flow criteria that your understanding reflects?
My understanding is that they're asking for a reduction in the negativity of Old and Middle River flows, net flows, of minus 2,500 cubic feet per second.
I don't understand the answer now.
Don't either.
Ms. Meserve, I think you need to ask the question again.
Yeah. Your testimony pertains to the 2010 flow criteria recommendations, at least this portion of it. And you answer your own question that it's probably not overprotective and the 2010 flow criteria. And my question is, when you think of the flow criteria that pertain to the winter run Chinook, are you answered with respect to OMR, is that your only understanding of the recommendations of the flow criteria report?
I don't have a detailed knowledge of the flow criteria report, if that's what you're getting at.
Okay. On the next page of your testimony, 21, you mention at the bottom that the West Coast salmon fishery has been in decline, and you suggest a precautionary approach. When you suggest a precautionary approach, would that include salmon that aren't yet listed?
The salmon tend to migrate out in the spring. The criteria that would protect the winter run would protect virtually all of them, and all of them to some extent at least. And so to that extent, yeah.
So you understand the salmon fishery involves an array of salmon, some of which are listed and some of which not, and you are suggesting a precautionary principle to protect all those salmon, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Do you wish to request any redirect? On what particular area, Ms. Creek?
I wanted to ask just a question of Dr. John regarding Figure 4.
All right.
And specifically, I was hoping that he could just speak quickly as to the purpose of Figure 4 in his testimony. Since Ms. Ainsley asked about the R2.
Didn't he already answer that in answering her question?
Are you asking me? I
Yes.
do have a little more to say about that.
Well, I'd like to lodge an objection. I don't know if I even heard a question there. She said, I'd like to hear him speak more on Figure 4. I'd like to,
I'm pretty sure I said that I would like him to explain the purpose of
That
Figure
was her
4.
question. Explain the purpose. All right, Dr. John, if you have more to add.
Yes, the purpose of presenting this Figure 4 was not to imply that the analysis I've done here is something that I'm recommending. The purpose is simply to show that with a more, what shall I say, exploratory attitude, that Dr. Hansen could have found a stronger relationship than the sort of shotgun pattern that appears in Figure 3. I don't think it's the right approach to the data. The only advantage is that you can see it. If you look at the report by, the published report by Zwigan and Cavallo, if I'm pronouncing those names right, you get tables of R-squares and probabilities and so on, but there's nothing you can really look at. And so the scatter plot has that advantage. You can explain it to your mother, but it's not the right way to analyze these data.
No, I cannot explain it to my mother. I love her too much to do that.
Well, anyway, it was just to point out that just to demonstrate that Hansen's testimony is not really aimed at informing you, but rather at supporting his argument that there's so much uncertainty out there.
Thank you. Any recross?
Excuse me.
Hold on.
I also had some recross potentially for,
Hold on.
for redirect for Dr.
Hold on.
Williams.
Let me finish.
All right.
Any recross of Dr. John?
Oh, okay.
No? All right. Any redirect for Dr. Williams?
Okay, thank you.
And
I would
what
like to
would
ask
be,
if I
hold
could.
on. Okay. What issue will you be redirecting him on?
I wanted to see if I can confer briefly with Dr. Williams and see if there's a correction he'd like to make about page 6 of his testimony and the shear strength and the unconsolidated tests, and if that's possible.
You may.
Welcome to ask questions.
Hold on. I'm just people. We're getting close to 5 and everyone's getting nervous, but chill, please. Ms. Desjardins, if your request is to conduct redirect of Dr. Thomas on that particular topic, that is granted. If your request is to consult with Dr. Williams, that is not granted. But you may conduct redirect.
Dr. Williams, is there any correction you would like to make at this point to page 6 of your testimony concerning the relationship between shear strength and consolidated strength, or with respect to
This time, no.
tests? Let me see, just a minute. Is that the correct page? Yeah, excuse me, it's page 7 of your testimony.
At this time, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Information.
I assume there's no recross either. All right. At this point, do you wish to move your exhibits into the record on behalf of, we'll start with PCFFA?
Yes. I mean, they're all listed as.
All right, or DDJ, either one or both.
I would like to move the exhibits listed in my exhibit list into the record.
Any objections? In that case, we will accept them into the record. Thank you, Dr. Williams, and thank you, Dr. John.
Welcome.
Welcome.
All right, with that, boy, you guys can be efficient when I threaten to make you stay till 6 and come back on Friday. With that, then, we will adjourn and resume Friday at 9:30. Are we in this room again? Could someone confirm quickly? And just a reminder, we will hear from Clifton Court. We will hear from my favorite photographer, Mr. Worth, for Save Our Sand Hill Cranes. We will also hear from Mr. Bernardsky and Dr. Chimakuri. And that will be I think, the extent of Friday. Any questions, any housekeeping matter? Seeing none, all right, thank you all. We will see you on Friday.